Allison, we can hear you.
Oh, hi, everybody.
I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Dr. Stacy Barker, Dr. Sheila Taylor, Catherine Sells, Michelle Akateb, Jenny Prosnick, and joining us via WebEx is Miss Allison Lasan. I've asked board member Michelle Akateb to lead us in prayer.
Please bow your head and pray with me if you so choose. Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight with grateful hearts for the opportunity to serve our students, staff, and families. We thank you for the gift of education and for the dedicated individuals who pour their hearts into shaping the next generation. We lift up our students, guide them in their learning, protect them in their activities, and fill them with confidence and purpose. We pray for our teachers, staff, and administrators that you grant them strength, patience, and encouragement as they lead with compassion each day. We ask for your wisdom and guidance as we make decisions that impact our schools and families. May our conversations tonight be filled with respect, understanding, and grace, and may we work together in unity for the good of all students. Remind us that every decision that we make shapes the future of a child. Help us to leave here with a renewed purpose, humble hearts, and a steadfast commitment to serve. And tonight we offer a special prayer for our band students traveling and performing in San Antonio, and for the tragedy that occurred with one of the buses. Watch over them, bless their performances, and let them represent our district with pride, joy, and excellence. We ask all of this in your holy name. Amen.
I've asked board member, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I've asked board member Dr. Barker to share our mission and vision statement.
Thank you, Madam President. Our mission statement is engaging and inspiring learners and leaders. Our vision statement is all students are confident, equipped with the knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt for their future.
Thank you, Dr. Barker. Next on the agenda is public comment. There is no public comment this evening, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is a public hearing for the turnaround plans. We will now conduct a public hearing on turnaround plans. Dr. Rapp, you begin the presentation.
Yes, Madam President, thank you, members of the board. I'm going to start off the presentation, and then I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Upshaw for the middle school portion. I know we've got a little bit of reverberation up here, so please forgive us as we have multiple systems going at the same time for the virtual portion of the meeting too with Ms. Lasan. I think I muted that one. I think this one. The volume of the computer. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And as soon as we get our slides on the screen for everyone, including Ms. Lasan, to see, we'll start the presentation. All right, so Madam President, members of the board, first I want to start off just with a recap of what we discussed about state accountability ratings at the board work session last month. 82% of LISD schools have an acceptable state rating. 7 campuses improved their rating by a letter grade. 48 campuses maintained the same letter grade, and then we had 7 campuses that decreased letter grades. Overall, we had 28 campuses that had an increase in their overall score from 24 to 25. We know that one of the variables we also discussed was that the state ratings were caught up in litigation as well, and so that there was an unknown around how those state ratings would be handled. And then when TEA prevailed in that litigation, state ratings were released 2 years worth at one time, and we've been involved in training related to what requirements do we have to follow as a result of those state ratings being issued. So when those state ratings were released, we had 3 schools that were identified that needed what was called turnaround plans from the TEA system: Mill Street, Durham, and DeLay. So we'll be going over those turnaround plans this evening. So I'll start first with Mill Street Elementary. Our recommendation that we went over with you all at the board work session last month was that we utilize Mill Street to create a second early childhood facility for the Lewisville feeder pattern, and that we reassign Mill Street Elementary students to higher performing campuses. The state requirement around this strategy is that the campuses that the students are reassigned to have to be rated a C or higher. The creation of utilizing the Mill Street facility as a second early childhood facility will standardize how we approach pre-K in the Lewisville feeder pattern. We have some schools in the Lewisville feeder pattern that are able to be served by Lily Jackson, which has been the one early childhood facility for the entire Lewisville feeder pattern. Any schools in the Lewisville feeder pattern that are not able to be served by Lily Jackson, they have to have a standalone pre-K program on their campuses, which means those campus principals are overseeing pre-K 5 instead of K-5. So establishing 2 early childhood facilities will allow all LHS feeder elementary schools to focus on K-5 instruction, and for early childhood facilities to specialize on early childhood education, which will allow us to standardize our programming across the LHS feeder. In addition, as we talked about also at the work session, that we need to review our bilingual program model district-wide at the elementary level. As we continue to face a shortage of certified bilingual teachers in our growth period, over the last decade or so, we had expanded the bilingual program to numerous locations, and what we're finding is that it's become increasingly difficult to staff the bilingual program across all of those locations. We would be studying both the bilingual model and the need for staffing, and then be bringing recommendations at a future meeting about the bilingual findings there as we review that. So as a part of the turnaround plan, what would happen is that non-bilingual students that currently attend Mill Street Elementary would be reassigned to our LISD STEM Academy at Valley Ridge. Valley Ridge currently has a rating of a B. Its current enrollment is 615 students. The building capacity for Valley Ridge is 946 students. Students who currently are receiving bilingual instruction would be reassigned based on geography to either Lakeland, Lewisville, or Prairie Trail. Lakeland has a current rating of a C. Their current enrollment is 637, and that building will hold over 1,000 students. Lewisville Elementary is currently rated a C. Their current enrollment is 482. That building will hold 858 students. Prairie Trail currently has a rating of an A. That building, their enrollment is 646, and that building will hold 968 students. The new Valley Ridge Elementary boundary map is what you see there on the screen. And so it is a note and a question that we have received is about Prairie Trail being part of the turnaround plan. Prairie Trail has historically served bilingual students who attend Valley Ridge currently prior to this turnaround plan. We do not have a bilingual program in the Lewisville feeder north of Main Street. So the students that are at Valley Ridge that need bilingual services are served at Prairie Trail. The maximum number of potential students that could attend Lewisville, Lakeland, and Prairie Trail would be around 100 each. The maximum number for Valley Ridge, that potential number they could receive, would be about 160 students. This is the way the map looks for students that are receiving bilingual services. We currently have 12 buses that service Mill Street Elementary because there are a lot of children that go to Mill Street Elementary that do not live in the neighborhood. And you can see why when you look at this boundary map, as the boundary for Mill Street is very large. So students who live in the purple shaded areas would, if they need bilingual services, would go to Prairie Trail. Students in the yellow shaded area would go to Lakeland, and students in that pinkish shaded area would go to Lewisville. When we first opened Mill Street, the boundaries for Lewisville Elementary were adjusted as a part of that. So looking at Lewisville and Lakeland as where students could go from a geography perspective is why we considered them as a part of the turnaround plan. Now, it's very important to note that while this is the turnaround plan for the 26-27 school year, that does not mean that important work is not happening at Mill Street during this school year, and that important work has not been happening the previous school years. In fact, as we have many Mill Street staff in the audience, I would say thank you to them and thank you to Ms. Bailey, because I know that they have been working very hard to address state accountability data, even though ratings had not been public due to litigation. In fact, they made enough progress with the 23-24 school year that they actually got out of federal accountability sanctions, and they had earned a 75 in Domain 3. So we know that Mill Street staff are working hard. They're utilizing their literacy assessments and data to monitor student instruction, but we also know that we have faced some staff turnover there that has created some challenges as well. So when we think about the 25-26 school year, we are investing additional resources from the district level to be part of the literacy check-ins and to walk classrooms and partner closely with Ms. Bailey. That's not to say that that hasn't been happening over the last couple of years, but it definitely has intensified this school year. And their focus on school improvement strategies are daily lessons with formative assessments, effective instructional routines as they're focused on that classroom instruction, and data-driven instruction as well. These intensive instructional supports that they're putting in place, targeted interventions based on STAR scores. Some of that involves partnering with Lead Forward, and we talked about that at the board work session as well. That this school year, the action steps that Ms. Bailey, the staff at Mill Street, along with the district staff are taking, you've got scheduled campus walks, grades 3 through 5, weekly PLC support, monthly data impact meetings, staff feedback meetings with Principal Bailey and district administration, weekly meetings with Principal Bailey, weekly meetings with myself, with our district leadership team that's supporting Mill Street, PD led by the campus and district admin. And then we brought before you in October high quality instructional materials recommendation related to mathematics. The last time that we had adopted math materials was in 2015. So board, we talked with you about the fact this year was already going to be a mathematics adoption year. So we accelerated math resources by working to pilot the iReady materials. Of course, we're using the iReady assessment this school year. We expect iReady materials will be approved by TEA as high-quality instructional materials for grades 3 through 5. They've already been approved for K through 2. And then in reading language arts, we adopted not too long ago HMH as our instructional materials resource, and we are anticipating that they will make it onto the high-quality instructional materials list as well. And it's important to us with our reading language arts that we have materials that are available in English and in Spanish for our learners at Mill Street. In addition to that work around high-quality instructional materials for classrooms, we have a lot of data systems that we use to monitor student learning in this district. You see a variety of those on that slide, from pre-K to iReady and reading and math to unit assessments that can be used to monitor student learning, to our district curriculum-based assessments, we call those CBAs, and then aggregating that data in order to monitor student performance. And then one district district-monitored release of the STAR assessment is also used in the district CBA monitoring and format. So that is the turnaround plan for Mill Street Elementary. So I'm going to call Ms. Upshaw up to the podium, and she's going to talk about, excuse me, she is going to talk about the turnaround plans for DeLay and Durham.
Good evening. Oh, hi. Okay, good evening, everyone. Excited to talk about DeLay and the work that we're doing at DeLay Middle School this fall. There is a turnaround place and plan for 26-27, but as we talked about earlier last month, we are doing a lot of the work right now. We previously talked about the root causes associated with DeLay Middle School and the turnaround plan. Definitely there is a large number of staff turnover that has occurred over the past couple of years that has impacted the campus, as well as student learning, some significant learning gaps, as well as learning disabilities, and a larger number of students that have significant language barriers. And then a low family and community engagement that is brought about by several reasons, but we are working to address those and have opportunities for families to engage in school and to be a part of their students' learning and to be able to connect with the school and the teachers. One of the ways we're doing that is by providing communications in multiple languages, and our principal is able to also communicate with parents in different languages. So we've decided to work on the effective school levers and school improvement through lever 5, effective instruction, specifically looking at 5.3, data-driven instruction. We discussed previously that the campus leaders are able to, and learning how to better disaggregate data, and then also share that with teachers and be able to monitor progress. I want to focus on bullet 3 here, where we have really protecting teacher time and being able and allowing teachers time to spend time in depth and having conversations not only with each other but with district staff. And then we're also able to help them be able to look at adjustments that they can make in the classroom while providing them with professional learning so that they can better address students also. The PLC process we'll talk about in a moment, but is an important part of that as well. The next lever that we're also focusing on is still lever 5, but 5.4, really looking at what are the services that we can provide to students to not only engage them in the learning, but to be able to coordinate and be proactive in the planning and the lesson delivery to those students. So how do we address significant learning gaps, and then what are the foundational skills that we know that all students need to be successful? Teachers are, again, looking at students. Are they in the right class? Are they being served at the grade level that is appropriate for them to be able to show mastery on the things that we're asking them to show mastery on? Some of the action steps, as you recall, we discussed previously were, again, the PLC process and just creating time for teachers to be able to really dig into data and instructional adjustments on their own, but also with some district support, and that's been very valuable to work with our district learning and teaching staff as well. Professional learning for teachers focused on high engagement strategies and some research-based instructional strategies. We're using the One Vision lesson design to really provide the clarity to students so that they know what they're learning and that they can repeat and be able to articulate what is it that we're asking them to learn and do in the classroom. We're also using a cycle of team observations, of teachers, and then the feedback. So the walking is great, but the feedback is better. And so we're really focusing on what is it that we can provide to teachers in the way of feedback to help them to be able to address students' needs, and then just to get to that next level of high quality and high yield instruction. Our unit exams is what we're using to collect data. Those are district created, so we know that they are TEKS aligned. And then also we have small groups going on at DeLay in which students are being given instruction and really focused on their targeting their deficit areas, deficit skills. And then lastly, we are also working with Lead Forward, and we will be having them on the campus in 2 weeks at Delay. Sorry, getting my dates mixed up. But we're excited about the work that we're going to be doing with them in the way of leadership, but also in the emerging bilingual area. Regarding the high-quality instructional materials, we have, you all approved for us to pilot Bluebonnet in the math classrooms, and so we had a professional learning for all teachers on October 10th. That went really well for our math teachers in grades 6, 7, and 8. They were able to dig in for the part of the day into what that will look like in a Canvas course so that they can begin teaching immediately. And so we've been excited to see teachers digging into that content and providing instruction in a different way in the classrooms. We know that we were up for adoption next year as well, and so this gives us an opportunity to review those materials and look at the outcome for our students. We know that these materials are aligned with the TEKS, as well as include research-based instructional strategies and provide a balance of conceptual and procedural instruction. And then for reading language arts, we are looking at Mind Play, which is one of our platforms that we use for all students in those classrooms. Unit assessments, again, based on our district curriculum, as well as looking at data from CBAs and then interim STAR also. So we feel like those pieces will give us the data that we need and the information that we need to help our students be successful. And then at Durham Middle School, again, we're already in motion in the turnaround plan, and so we did talk about mobility being one of the key factors that really impact Durham Middle School. Also, academic rigor. We want to teach students on the grade level that they are and make sure that we are holding them to a high level of expectation in the classroom. And then family and community engagement. We know that parents are working hard and they want to be involved in their students' education, so just creating ways that they can be more involved in the education of their students and trying to remove any barriers that would prevent a parent from being involved in their students' education. At Durham, we're looking at level 1, strong school leadership and planning, and specifically leadership. This is where Leap Forward will come into play. They are going to put together, or they have created a plan where they will be in our building. Actually, they're coming this week, and they'll walk with us in the classrooms and then also coach the principals and myself on giving feedback and monitoring classrooms and student instruction. There's also a plan for regular use of data and other evidence to track progress for our principals. And the plan is very detailed on the milestones and the benchmarks that we'll be looking for throughout the semester. And then lever 4.1, which is high-quality instructional materials and assessments specifically focused on 4.1 formative assessments. We are clearly focused on providing checks for understanding during the class time, but also at the end of the class period and throughout a unit or lesson so that we can make sure that we're meeting the needs of the students as well as students that need special supports and services. Instructional materials, again, for math, we're diving into Bluebonnet, and we have seen some exciting things in the classroom with regards to that. And then our action steps for Durham are similar, but not exactly the same as Delay, in that we have realigned the leadership at Durham so that there is an assistant principal that is dedicated to monitoring and helping students and staff in monitoring progress. And so that was an adjustment in the leadership at Durham. However, Mr. Holt is also very involved in the process as well. Small group intervention and reading via reading and math labs is taking place also. We've been able to acquire some tutors to come in and work with students in small groups as well. And then lastly, the One Vision lesson design tool, again focused on not only clarity, but rigor, making sure that teachers are planning for the rigor that students need to be working at in the classroom, as well as formative assessments in the classroom. And we're excited to have Leap Forward come out and be with us this week, as I mentioned, to walk Durham and then give us some coaching and feedback from their vast experience. High quality materials are the same. So for math, Durham is piloting Bluebonnet Secondary Math with and that is happening already, and we're hoping to have some good results from that. One of the comments from the teachers was that students are, this is different for students because they are learning conceptually first, and so some of the conversations and the slides that are built into this material look different, and students are entering lessons in a different way than they previously had. And so we're challenging them, but yet we're helping them to have a deeper understanding of math. And then for reading language arts, again, Mind Play is a resource that we're able to have a beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year screener, as well as our CBAs and looking at data, aware cluster reports, and some other things that we're learning as we go through this process. I do have Mr. Holt and Mr. Gray here with me tonight, and I thank them for being here. Are there any questions?
And then I'm going to add just the next part, the learning for leaders. We have some great people in our schools group, and Ms. Roden and Ms. Garrett has designed Learning for Impact PLCs for us and the chiefs to work with all of our campuses who are in the turnaround process and the targeted improvement plan process. And so the goal is just to deepen leaders' understanding of leverage leadership 2.0 practices by applying them within the ESF frameworks. To strengthen school systems for improvement. And so what we're hoping with the learning outcomes is to just identify connections between the leverage leadership and the ESF essential actions, which you'll hear more about next week also. Practice applying leverage leadership systems, data meetings, observation feedback cycles, planning within their campus ESF priorities, and leave with a concrete action step aligned to their campus improvement focus area. We'll be pairing them up and doing some different things with them. We're really excited about the learning opportunity coming with this. And so then with our goal of putting practice into action, so each session there will be an action step to bring like a look for or implement back on campus and to bring examples back so that we can all learn together. So that's our next step with all of our leaders that are in the targeted improvement plan process.
That closes our presentation for the public hearing, Madam President.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions? Ms. Alcatab.
I just have a couple of questions that haven't been answered previously that I just wanted to clarify. For example, when we were talking about delay in Durham, well, delay specifically, you mentioned MTSS being one of the focus pieces. Were we not using MTSS prior to this turnaround plan?
Thank you for letting me clarify that. Yes, MTSS has been a process that has been in place. However, it has been revamped by our district in the previous year, and so we're making sure that we have all the components in place, and then we're also making sure that we're identify students more quickly through their performance at school, and we also have a behavior piece that is associated with MTSS also, so we're able to identify not only academic but behavior so that we can put a plan in place for them using the reformatted MTSS program.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure, thank you.
And I know it wasn't one of the focuses for Durham, but have we revamped that as well for them, as including the academic and the discipline piece?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I know that a question that I keep getting from the community in regards to Mill Street, for example, is why have we not looked at some of these strategies that we're implementing now? Why have we not looked at them sooner? For example, like the lead forward, the weekly meetings, those strategic walkthroughs that we talk about, and that built in an instructional time. So just curious.
Sure. I think the key words here is consistency. There were great things happening and practices happening at each campus at a level that may have been varied from principal to principal or leadership team to leadership team. So we're really hoping to create some consistency, urgency, and then making sure that we are walking together through the processes and have support so that we can make sure that we are tackling all those things, and that my hope is that everything that we do this year stays in place and we don't have to revamp or redo. So we're really looking for consistency and urgency.
Perfect, and thanks for answering them on your behalf. And I know I mentioned Mill Street, but that's the
Dr. Rapp, did you want to add anything to that?
Campuses.
Yeah, so Ms. Bailey, I'm going to ask if you don't mind coming up to the podium, please. And definitely, Ms. Bailey can speak to the work that's been going on the last couple of years and the school improvement strategies in place. And so lead forward, we're looking at for all the campuses right now, but again, that's there's been other work taking place the last couple of years. So I'll let Ms. Bailey speak to that.
So as we've been on this process, we have definitely utilized a lot of tools. We did a lot of work with Solution Tree, which the district supported us on, developing our PLC process and bringing it inboard. Leap Forward is actually a vendor that we've used other parts. We've gone to outside trainings and conferences through the course. We are excited to be able to utilize their reporting capabilities within Edgevoria, but we were still able to access that data and do the same kind of analysis. We did have weekly meetings. We've always had weekly meetings. I have enjoyed a very close partnership with the curriculum department and my chief, all of the support. So I feel like that they have been there and walked with us.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey, for clarifying that. I know the work that's been put in, and I know that you guys have had an improvement, as Dr. Rapp mentioned, and so I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding correctly and that the community was understanding correctly.
Yes, I think the biggest part is the extra support that we've gotten for staff this year. So staffing, as the whole district has shared, has had a problem finding experienced staff, and so this year has been a very special year that we were able to really fill all of our positions with good.
Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam President. I just, bringing up Mill Street just reminded me that, and I've had this conversation with people, that I spent all of last year volunteering as a mentor through communities and schools last year at Mill Street. And just knowing what I saw in those students that we were able to spend time with, it's very unfortunate that they have been reduced to a test score. And that's just me personally knowing the work that our staff has done out there and our students, and just seeing their faces now talking about them. I'm excited that there is a plan in place, because in September, this is no different from anybody that's been hearing me talk around this table for a long time. I personally felt like, I get it, kids are more than a test score, but what I always said was, to the community, to parents, that's kind of where we land. What is this test score telling us? So I'm excited that we have a plan in place to support our students and to make sure that they achieve academic success across all feeder patterns, regardless of zip code, regardless of language, regardless of socioeconomic status. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox on that. A lot of my questions are related to just sharing more with the public. I probably have these answers because I've asked a lot of questions privately, but can you remind me what happens to the grades of the students when they are sent to the other schools? What happens to those ratings, if you will?
So what can happen to the rating is really up to Commissioner Morath. At this time, it's not completely clear exactly how that rating will be treated. We'll continue to keep the community updated once we know more. We won't know about final approval of these plans until January, so we submit November 21st pending approval from you all, and then in January we find out if the commissioner approves or if he sends them back to us with feedback, and then we have to make changes. So, more to come on what what actually will be the response of the commissioner when it comes to the ratings when it comes to the rating of Mill Street for this coming school year. Our shared goal as a district is to have a rating of a C at Mill Street, and so regardless of what the commissioner may do with the ratings, the shared goal for the campus is to achieve a rating of a C this school year.
Is there, and I get it that the plan has not been approved, that it's just being presented here and then will be presented to the commissioner, but is there, I'm assuming that there will be continued interventions wherever the students from Mill Street land?
Yes, so as we've done in previous, whether it's a school retirement or something else, we have ensured that services follow the students. And the next phase of that work would happen after we know that the plan has been accepted in the form submitted. Pending y'all's approval, then pending the approval of the commissioner, we would then work on what that transition plan would look like. For instance, communities and schools. We provide that service at the receiving campuses. Lakeland and Lewisville already have communities and schools, so communities and schools would need to be provided at Valley Ridge. And then we would need to look at what do we need to provide at Prairie Trail. So we would do that in partnership with communities and schools because we pay for a part of that salary. Communities and schools pays for a part of that salary. You provide additional staff based on enrollment numbers. So what the current staffing for those schools looks like today is not what it would look like for next school year because as your enrollment changes, your staffing has to change. And as you all know, I'm under strict direction from all of you to continue to reduce class size waivers and the number of elementary classrooms that are exceeding 22-1. Over a decade ago, you were presented with over 70 class size waivers. We retired, as everyone knows, 5 schools, and we presented to you in October 34 class size waivers. So our class size waivers, our number of classrooms exceeding 22-1 has consistently gone down and will continue to do so as we continue to implement that direction. So that's, I think I answered. But all the services would need to transition, and that would be a part of the transition plan we would work on in the spring.
Okay. My next question is related to, I believe it was delay, because I think Durham had this information. Is there, I guess, an approximate number of students that are on free and reduced lunch for that campus, as well as how many are emerging bilingual?
Good evening. We are at about 90% of our students are on free and reduced lunch. Sometimes families don't fill out the forms and we push, but based on past history and also based on what we have so far, it's at about 90%. About 140, I believe, students are classified as beginners, so they're either in our intermediate or beginner classes, but in addition to that, about 2/3 of our campus are ESL students, so they do speak 2 languages. But in terms of those who are still categorized as EBs requiring those services, that it's about 140 out of our 640, give or take.
And I pointed that out. I knew that the number was high, but I pointed that out for the community or whoever may be listening to understand when you were asking about standardized test scores, the challenges of these schools with having such high numbers of kids from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, as well as language barriers, and how that would be hard to overcome on a standardized test full of word problems for math and all the other things that you think about. So just wanted to point out the challenges related to that for the community. With respect to adopting Bluebonnet for math, is there some funding tied to that? Do I remember that correctly? Am I remembering that correctly?
I'll turn that over to Ms. Gall.
Yes, so we receive a certain amount that falls in what we would categorize as bucket 2 or bucket 3 of what you're used to knowing as the instructional materials allotment. And so there's a portion of that that can go towards the Bluebonnet high quality instructional material, and that's what we're doing at this time.
Understood. And then am I remembering correctly, too, that once you adopt Bluebonnet math for one school, you have to at some point adopt it for the entire district?
If we were to want to have Bluebonnet instructional materials at any other campus, we would have to bring that forward. But since we're in an adoption year, we will be reviewing all of the state's high-quality instructional materials across all levels and all campuses.
And then my last question is not really a question, it's a comment. Again, for anyone who's listening and those of you in our audience that are parents for, I'm just going to say the Lewisville feeder pattern because I'm a parent of the Lewisville feeder pattern, but definitely for the schools that we are hearing about the turnaround plans, we need you. We need you involved. And I understand, again, we've talked about the challenges of the population of students that we serve. So I know that those challenges are present with the parents as well, but research shows that parent involvement has a lot of bearing on how well our students do on these standardized tests, how well they do academically, and their success and growth rate. So this is my plea as a parent in this feeder pattern to please get involved, whatever that is. If that's PTA, if that's starting a PTA, if that's coming to parent-teacher meetings, if that's coming out when there's an event, please do all you can to get involved. And again, I just want to thank our staff. I want to thank, I'm very appreciative of this turnaround plan and looking forward to supporting in any way that I can. Thank you.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to start by saying the first thing that I texted to Lori when the ratings came out was congrats on getting out of comprehensive for Mill Street, because that's no easy task. That's a 2-year federal process that districts go through, and I've seen many, many schools who consistently just stay in comprehensive. So that was a huge celebration to make it out of comprehensive. I think it's very unfortunate that we were slammed with 3 years of ratings within a 4 to 5 month period. That's really challenging. And of course, we had the information and we were doing things, strategies to work towards improvement. But when the hammer falls down 3 times in a row, that's really hard. And it's really difficult when you understand that much of the research says that it takes several years to get these strategies rolling. And a turnaround plan is meant to be implemented for several years. But we haven't been given that runway. And that's really, it puts us in a very difficult position. And I hate that we're in it, especially seeing the strong work and the strong data that have been coming out of the system. So there's my soapbox for the moment. I just have a brief question about Bluebonnet that I didn't think of at the work session, and it was triggered when you said immediate implementation. So Bluebonnet, I don't know iReady as well, and this may be the case for iReady, but Bluebonnet is a very structured curriculum and follows a very structured scope and sequence. And when you have immediate implementation, I know that Learning and Teaching has done a lot to match up with our current resources. My concern is, have we mapped out what, and I knew your answer was going to be yes, I see you nodding, but have we mapped out the skills that would have been taught in Bluebonnet prior to implementation, immediate implementation, and are we cycling that back in?
Actually, Karen Seeley, who couldn't be here tonight, and Melanie Miller, our secondary math administrator, have been instrumental in aligning it to the pacing and the scope of which we were already doing, and then it will also cycle back to the skills that were taught previously with the previous adoption.
Very good. I have a question for each of the principals, which is, we've been doing a lot of this work since August. I want to know if it's working. I want to know what the implementation is. You can line up and take one at a time as you so choose.
Track our data monthly, and right now our CBA data is coming in exactly what we project, and so we look like we're on track to definitely get our growth measure, and our achievement goals are coming close.
So we have been focusing on high-yield instructional strategies. That's what we started out and focused on in August, training our staff and everything. We've gotten some data back, the initial data that we got. I'll just brag on my 8th grade science team. Hey, we've beat everybody in the district so far that's taken the CBA. We've outscored them in every area except for one. So we did a little celebration today. So we are constantly looking at that data. The feedback loop is pretty constant in cycling it back to the teachers to let them know areas for improvement, but also congratulating them on a job well done and the students. So.
Learning and teaching has been very helpful in helping us track our data. We, of course, track it ourselves, but they've created a form where we can all see the same data and look at it. So we're able to track our unit tests, we're able to track our other assessments, and we have our highs and lows. There's good tests and bad tests, but we are definitely seeing progression overall. If you're going to brag, I'll brag on my 6th grade science tests, which outscored the district average that were taken this week, so we were very proud about that. What we've been trying to do is take it in baby steps and to really try to not, to not get overwhelmed with the task ahead of us. So what we've stressed with our staff, which is information we got from Lead Forward, is that if we can take about half of the 171 students who scored did not meets low and raise them to did not meets high, if we can take about half of our students that had did not meets high and maintain them there, and if we can take the majority of our students who did meet and master and keep them where they are, we would be a B or a C rating. Easier said than done, but it's not this overwhelming task that we just don't know where to start. We know where to start. It's just a matter of doing it one step at a time and trying to get there.
It's always good to hear the celebrations and to build on the success of those celebrations. We're only about 10 and a half, maybe weeks into the school year, so it's good to hear the celebrations and that the work that you have been doing, not that you just started in August, but the work that you have been doing over the years is yielding results for students. Because once again, as I always say, that's why we're here, is to yield those results for students. So thank you all. I don't have any more questions. The public hearing on the turnaround plans is now open. Speakers who signed up before the meeting will be called by school following the order in which they signed in prior to the start of tonight's meeting. We will first hear from those representing Mill Street Elementary. Following that, I will call the speakers who signed in for DeLay Middle School. Then we will conclude this portion of the hearing with speakers from Durham Middle School. Our first speaker is Dearcy Gillen. You'll see your 3-minute timer just up on the big screen.
All right, good evening. I am here speaking tonight from two perspectives that few others can share. As both a teacher and a parent at Mill Street Elementary, my daughter and I began our Mill Street journey together last year. She as a kindergartner in one of my amazing teammates' classes, and I as a kindergarten teacher. This is my 4th year teaching, my 3rd in Texas. For the first time in my career, I began this school year returning to the same school, classroom, and team I had left in May. I finally wasn't the new teacher anymore. As a parent, I chose this district and this school with the confidence that my daughter would have that same sense of belonging for the next 6 years, as I envisioned her learning, growing, and building lifelong friendships in the same hallways where I teach. I never imagined I would be standing here today reading a letter like this, heartbroken, frustrated, and deeply disappointed, in part because of the lack of severity with which the situation the school was in was treated. As a teacher, I now understand that much of this situation has been forced on us by TEA and the litigation surrounding the 2023 school ratings. But understanding the cause doesn't make the outcome any less unfair or any less infuriating. I know our district cares deeply for its staff and students. I understand that the chosen plan was made to ensure no LISD employee lost their job, and for that I am grateful. But it is impossible not to feel heartbroken and angry that we are losing a school community that has been nothing short of loving, hardworking, and full of potential. While some actions were out of our and the district's control, I want to strongly express that we still have a voice, and our voices matter in hearings like this and at the ballot box. We have got to stay informed about who is making decisions that affect our children and our community. Our kids desperately need leaders in government and at the TEA who don't just claim to be advocates for public education, but who back that claim with actions that truly support students and improve public schools. It may be too late to save Mill Street, but we must still make our voices heard to prevent this from happening again, not only to us, but to other schools and districts across our state. I encourage each and every one of you to do your research, ask questions, and show up for elections, local and state. Cast your vote and do your part so that communities are not repeatedly left to bear the consequences of unfair and avoidable decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Jill Carrillo? Kat French?
Hello. Just in response to tonight's action steps and the points of, I guess, one of the big barriers to student success being family and community engagement. It seems that, depending on whatever those barriers are, whether they're socioeconomic or language, I would like to see perhaps in more of the action steps, more steps geared towards building on those relationships. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. French. Stacy Wainscott, sorry. Absolutely. It's a public hearing.
I guess it's okay to ask the board a question. My two kids went to Vickery Elementary School several years ago. And thanks to the amazing open enrollment that LIC has given us the choice to choose, we did move to Prairie Trail in the dual language program. We continued that there. My oldest son did. When we were at Vickery, first year was great. The second year, it was when the Hedrick School had the closing. So Vickery got a lot of those kids, I think, unexpected. And there was a significant difference that I saw as a parent in the dual language program. And no offense to any former administration here, this is not a dig. I think the staff was just genuinely overwhelmed by the amount of students that Vickery received. And so what we saw was that there was more of a focus in the dual language program that is supposed to be a two-way program, that was more of a focus on it became more of a one-way program, is how it felt. And there was so much emphasis on bringing Spanish speakers up to par, right, to assimilate them into the program. And I think some of our other kids suffered in that aspect. And when we moved to Prairie Trail, there was a significant increase in what my son learned at Prairie Trail the first year that we were there. So I guess my question is, what are the plans to make sure to keep the quality of the dual language program that is so beneficial to our kids and is doing an amazing job at Prairie Trail, that will not happen like kind of I saw at Vickery, that it becomes more of a one-way program to really help these Spanish speakers become more primary English speakers. The bonds that these kids get in the dual English program, if you could have read some of the paragraphs on a Google Doc that the dual language kids were passing around this morning, and will be presented to you. They're submitting these forms online. It is incredible. So it's not only about the quality of the program, getting these kids to be dual speakers in our community, but is the bonds that this program is creating is something that when you hear from these kids, you will understand that. There is just a different way they share these classes. They grow up kinder through fifth together that you just can't underestimate, and you will hear that. So my question is, are there plans in place to make sure that it really stays a two-way program?
I will let Dr. Rapp answer your question.
Thank you so much. Definitely, two-way is the most research best practice model, and where we have strong two ways, we want to maintain those programs. The reason that it's so important that we review the bilingual program across the whole district is that one of the things that we're finding is that because neighboring districts have various approaches to bilingual, it can make recruiting teachers to our district difficult. And even this school year, Prairie Trail had faced vacancies where it was hard to find a bilingual certified teacher. We're very proud of our Spanish immersion programs, but we're finding that it's hard to find certified bilingual teachers to teach in those programs as well. So first of all, we've got to take a hard look at what our bilingual model is and how do we ensure that we're recruiting the very best bilingual certified staff to join our great bilingual certified staff that are doing exactly what you shared about Prairie Trail. And then really working to ensure that where we have two-way programs, that they're robust two-way programs, and then where we have to have one-way programs, that model looks a little bit different for one-way. But we agree that two-way is excellent. Prairie Trail has had a strong two-way, and two-way really is the best model for students to learn in.
Thank you. And I do understand the challenge of the recruitment. I just don't want it, not to be an understatement of how important to really try to push for the funding for, just to get those teachers in, because it is a very, very important program to the district.
Thank you, Ms. Wayne-Scott. Dulce Sharp.
Well, I'm coming from Prairie Trail too, and I have the same situation. I'm so thankful for the open enrollment, and Prairie Trail was amazing for my kids. I just want to read what they say. All the students are confident, equipped with knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt in the future. That's what Prairie Trail is given to my kids. I'm sorry, I was a little emotional, but it was overwhelmed when we have this friendship and we need to say goodbye because our kids, they were not thriving in the program. As soon as we move to Prairie Trail, we see the improvement. We have a girl that cries every morning because she don't want to go to school. She was a sweet kid, and she was grumpy every single day, morning and afternoon. And I would pray. We moved to Prairie Trail, and that was our answers for our prayers. I'm sorry. I just want that every kid feels safe and not overwhelmed. My kid was in a school with 14 kids in the dual program, English and Spanish, thriving. And when it started in just one way, it was different. And the way that she was, the girl who speaks English, and she don't deserve being in the classroom. And I don't want that. I want the opportunity for everyone to feel like a dual language is amazing. Those kids open their brain. They are siblings, but more, they speak two languages perfectly. They understand. They can do so much. Every time that I go to meetings, my daughter is in the honor classes. She's just a happy kid. Every single day, you can ask her. She loves school. It was a big improvement. And I want for the kids from Middle Street, they feel the same way. I want the classroom, they don't feel like they need to put more kids for one teacher and 26 students. I would love that they can have the ability to have 20 students or less learning the dual program. How can we make this happen? Not signing just waivers for one more student. We need classes that we can teach these kids, that they can improve, that they can believe themselves, and not just a number.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sharp. We did have someone who arrived late. I do not know if he still wants to speak. Zach Brown? Okay, thank you. We did not have any speakers sign up for DeLay Middle School, and we did not have any speakers sign up for Durham Middle School. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, I declare this public hearing closed. Next on the agenda are discussion items. First up is the Chief of Staff report. Dr. Miller.
Good evening, y'all. All right, we're going to provide a District of Innovation update. I will start and then, thank you. I will start and then Ms. Gall and Dr. Green are going to take over from there. So we had a public meeting last Monday with the District of Innovation Committee. As you know, each year as part of our plan, we have a administrative regulation that we look at. What now is Exemption 3, that's the educator certification. We look at that every October as a committee to see how we're using that, what does the data look like, and then we also provide a spring, May update each year. So we did that, and then in addition to that review, we also had the committee consider some proposed additional exemptions since legislation update. So there were 22 of the 25 members that were in attendance for that public meeting, and they're going to go over the 3 exemptions that they considered, but then each individual committee member took a vote, and all 22 were in support in favor of the exemptions.
The first exemption that they considered was in relation to Texas Education Code 33.025, which is related to school library advisory councils. In this exemption, would allow for greater participation of trained professionals in the acquisition, collection, and development process while maintaining board approval of membership to a community-based committee. This protects the district established community committees from being disrupted through the petition process as outlined in the Education Code 33.025. And then it allows us to establish 2 separate committees, one to consider for collection development and one maintain our current robust committees that we have for hearing reconsiderations. And so the District of Innovation recommendation would be to establish a new community library input panel that would help provide feedback to library acquisitions and then maintain our current robust committees that we have for hearing reconsiderations that are formed in response to a challenge at a campus and are made up of members of the community in which the challenge originates. The second exemption that they considered was Texas Education Code 33.026, which is in relation to the acquisition of library materials. And of note, Lewisville ISD acquires over 38,000 library books in a single year. So Texas Education Code 33.026, the new procedures would significantly delay the acquisition of materials, and library books have a direct relation to student learning. The library is our biggest classroom in a school building. And so this exemption would while it significantly delays, we could continue our efficient systems that we have in acquiring books. And our system that we use allows us to use the Texas State Libraries and Archives Commission, their standards to acquire age-appropriate materials. So exemption would allow for us to continue to follow those existing policies and procedures to ensure that trained professionals are selecting our books and that those books are age appropriate, TEKS aligned, contain factual knowledge, encourage student engagement and have community representation, and then utilize that community input panel to ensure that we're getting feedback from the community on the books that are selected for our libraries. The final exemption, Exemption 3, that they considered was in relation to 33.027, which is about the reconsideration or challenge process. So this enables the district to uphold its existing reconsideration processes, enables the district to utilize its own district-created reconsideration form that outlines the processes and procedures for parents in the initial aspect of the reconsideration, and then ensures continued emphasis on resolving parental concerns through our informal processes that address the unique needs of individual students and families. So the recommendation for this is that we customize the Texas Education Agency form to ensure that the language is clear in the process that we're using here in Lewisville ISD, and then use our established processes for the formation of reconsideration committees to ensure that representatives and stakeholders from the campus community in which the challenge originates are the ones that are making the decisions about the placement of materials in our school libraries.
And board, since this will be coming forward as a consent item at the next meeting, we wanted to make sure that you just had a summary of these three here for you. We will take any questions that you may have at this time.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. This is less question and more comment. And as the chair of the policy committee for the board, we met prior to the DOI meeting so that we could discuss some of these possible exemptions and provide some of that to the DOI committee. And this is one of to me, this is a great example of who we are as LISD. So first of all, we have been doing many of these things for many years. So even though the legislature says, hey, districts, you need to do these things, we're like, yeah, we've already been doing that. Okay. So part of this was really ensuring that we maintained the strong policies that we already had in place, and allowing for the addition of that input committee to come into play. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I think it's a great example of is how we collaborate across from the board to our committees to our staff to be able to come to a consensus about what this looks like in LISD. So we had our board policy committee discuss some possible options, then we referred that to the DOI committee so that they could then decide for the DOI if that's the direction we were going to go in, and now it's coming back to the board. So, and the staff gave their input on what this might look like for us, all of that working in tandem so that we have really strong, robust policies and procedures. So again, this is how we do business in LISD, and it really works.
Are there any other comments? All right, thank you so much. Next is Legal Services Report. Ms. Bay, EFB Local, which I think is just related to what we heard.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Rapp. You have before you board policy EFB, which is showing track changes that simply reflect what the DOI committee has done. As you know, in accordance with your board operating procedures, you need 2 reads before you can accept a policy. So it's coming for you for the first time tonight. Ms. Gall and her team are here to answer any specifics you have about those track changes in the policy.
And Dr. Barker, to your point, this was one of the things that the policy committee looked at, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The policy committee reviewed these policies. We're saving us some time at the end of the meeting, y'all, so that I don't have to do this again at the end. It makes more sense to talk about it here. And again, one of the things that kept coming up over and over again within the policy committee was just reiterating the policies and procedures that we already had in place that we wanted to enshrine in these policies further in response to the legislature. My fellow policy committee members are Ms. Prosnick and Ms. Sells. Would you have anything to add about our conversations?
I think you covered it all, but it really does go back to the heart of the fact that this isn't something new that, we thought that they might do this, so we jumped in there. I wanted to make that clear. This isn't something that we just did a year or two ago thinking that they might do this. This is something that's been in place for a very long time. It's something that we thought about a long time ago, and I think that in the policy meeting, I think it was very clear that we wanted that noted, that this was just as we were doing it, and thank you very much. So appreciate it. So, and I enjoyed being on this committee, actually. So.
Just followed our own policies and procedures. Are there any other questions? Okay. Moving on. Thank you very much, Ms. Cobb. Moving on, Human Resources Report, Ms. Cobb.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rapp. As you know, we took substitutes back in-house on July 1st, and we are here tonight to give you an update to how that's going, and I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Substitute Programs, Estella Rupert.
Good evening. I'm excited to be here to introduce and share some great information of things that are going on in our sub-office for this year. First off, I want to introduce our sub-department. We are fully staffed, and we're very excited about that. I know, yay. So I'm Estella Rupert. I am now the HR Director of Substitutes. You've seen me up here present other things with federal programs, school stuff for Huff Fines, but now I'm excited to be here over substitutes. I have two great staff members with me, Lisa Collins and Blanca Rios. They are our HR specialists of substitute programs and our HR assistant. And they are amazing at what they do. They're former campus secretaries, so you know they are go-getters and they work really, really hard. And I'm very excited and lucky to have them with me. So we're going to start off by talking about how we ended last year. We ended our ESS contract last year on June of 2025. What's great about that is we actually maintained, due to the help and support of ESS and all our campuses, we remained in budget with our substitute program. We were given a budget, yes ma'am, and we stayed within it. To all the hard work, I mean, campuses did a lot in order to help us with that. When we started about February of last year, communicating to substitutes that we were moving away from ESS and bringing subs in-house. We started in February of 2025. We invited subs to informational meetings that we held here in this building, and also we held one over at Tech East to help support the subs on the east side of our district. We sent out lots of emails to communicate the transition. We made lots of phone calls, met many, many subs through the process, and it was a lot of fun to hear their stories of how long they've been in LISD, and really to hear how excited they were to come back to LISD and be a part of the LISD team. So we started that process actually about this time last year to look at what are the things that we needed to be put in place. So subs have not been in LISD for over 3 years. So that is a whole process of what does it look like for payroll? What does it look like in hiring? What are the forms and procedures and policies that we need to be put in place? Partnering with technology, what does that look like to ensure that they are able to be an employee in the district? And also partnering with Frontline to ensure that we can get them in jobs and in place through our absences. So partnered with payroll as well to support the payroll process and to support budgeting to make sure that they're coded correctly and to ensure that we're following all the legal policies and procedures and the state requirements for us. Then we moved on to onboarding substitutes. We've actually held 10 orientations. Some of them have been on the east side of the district at Tech East, and then some of them have been on this side of our district. In fact, we have one next Friday over at Tech East. We're very excited for that to add another, hopefully 100 substitutes to our sub pool on next Friday. So if you know anybody, send them our way so we can get them processed. We do have 5 more scheduled. Like I said, the first one is next Friday. We have We're really excited about student teachers and getting them on board because they've gone through our process here in LISD of how we do things. They know our safety requirements. They know confidentiality. They just have a relationship with us, and we'd like to keep them here in-house. At this time, I can say that we do have over 627 active subs. I went and looked in Skyward just a second ago. So it's pretty exciting. I'm very proud of that for all the hard work HR has done, technology has put in, payroll, and for the sub-team. Because if you think and look at it, at the beginning of the year last year, ESS had 700. So with that team and their whole company, 700, and we were able to get 677. So I'm very excited and proud of that. We've held multiple technology support sessions. It has been a little bit challenging for subs to learn how to log in through LISD versus how they did with ESS, but we held sessions to show them how to do that. We've also required them to go through the compliance and the essentials course that all of our staff go through. So using Eduphoria, what does that look like? How do I log into Eduphoria? Logging into Skyward, how do I look at my paycheck? How do I look when I'm going to be paid? And looking at things like that. So the technology days were helpful for that. I have to say technology was helpful. They also came and helped us with those days, which were very nice. Technology has also adjusted the call center, the call help. We actually have our own little number. We're 4, if you're wanting to know, and call the sub office. You can click 4, and we can help support you with your frontline needs or any other questions that you have. We also changed the permanent sub structure in LASD. We went from permanent subs to be on the campus to permanent subs being in the district. A lot of subs really truly loved being a part of their campus and decided they did not want to be a part of the district perm sub pool, and many of them did transition into the regular sub pool, and I know them because they call and we talk. They actually are able to stay busy within a few schools in their area, and because they've developed that relationship already. We do currently now have 6 perm subs in our district. We actually started the year, I believe, with 18, but we were able to place them into different campuses where they built relationships, and then they were able to fill a vacancy on that campus. So that was very nice. So training also looks different in-house than it did with ESS. We invite subs to come here, and it's about a 3-hour training. I meet with the subs. We talk about rules. We talk about compliance pieces. Matt Garrett also comes to our orientations, and he talks about safety and security and the requirements that subs need to follow when they're on campus. We also have Melanie Vincelette and the nurse team come in to talk about, because there's different things. If you're not in a school, you don't know. How do you deal with diabetes? How do you deal with seizures? When should you call 911? When should you call the nurse? And so we're really excited and happy that they team up with us to come support our subs. We also highlight different things from the handbook, and then I go over some classroom management tips and tricks and tell them there are kids who are going to poke your buttons, and how do you get around it, and how do you support and stay your composure during that time. And so we have those conversations. I do have to say that when we would call subs to bring them on and say they need to go to orientation, I met a lot of subs who have subbed in LISD for many, many years. They've also taught in LISD for many, many years. And they were like, are you sure I have to come to orientation? And I told them yes. But you know what? Maybe next year I'm going to call you and you're going to come to orientation for us. And some of those same subs would come in and say, you know what? This was very helpful. So they found orientation helpful and informative, which is nice to hear as a former educator. Another thing that I tell them all the time that we are very blessed to have a great board, because our board raised their pay. Our certified pay rate for teachers is $130 a day, which is very, very competitive with our districts around us, which is very nice. What I think this helps in bringing certified subs to the district, you also helped increase the long-term pay, which helps us try and encourage subs to take a long-term role, especially if they're a former certified teacher. If we look at our numbers, This is only for the first 9 weeks. So about Monday through Thursday, we're averaging about 182 subs working. And then on Fridays, it was 230. But I can tell you, I think it was last Friday, we were over 300. Over 300 subs working. So it's increasing. We're seeing flu season and different things that are going on. So we have a lot of activity happening. But I'm very proud to say that our average daily fill rate is 84%, which is nice. We know with the increased absences, it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge to maintain that 84, which is the reason to have another orientation next Friday and to add a little bit more in the spring to increase our pool to maintain that number. If you look, though, in the future, so if I look now at next week, we're actually looking at our fill rate in the 90s. So that tells me that if we put our absences in early, subs are just like us. They want to plan their day. They want to be able to know where I'm going to work and what day. And they also want to be able to make their appointments. And so if we put in our absences early, subs pick up those jobs early. So we're holding, but we hold at a steady rate in the 80s, and even on days where we dip in the 70s, we have over 300 subs working those days. So a lot of subs are working, we just have a lot of absences. Behind the scenes, some challenges we are experiencing. Our SPED aides and last-minute jobs are the hardest ones to fill. SPED vacancies, so these are positions that the campuses haven't filled as well. We're having a hard time finding subs to fill those. And what's interesting is when we do find subs who enjoy those roles, what's great is the campus snatches them up and they get hired, which is a good thing. So the campuses that are experiencing our lowest fill rate, I guess is how I should say it, are the campuses on the screen. And our average, just remember, district is 84%. So it's really concentrating on the small number of perm subs that we do have of trying to place them on those campuses when they have multiple openings. But what happens, obviously, school still goes on when we have unfilled jobs. The campuses sometimes what they do is they take aides to cover in those roles. They split kids into different classrooms. They pay teachers during their conferences to cover the vacancies. But we also realize subs, we tell campuses all the time, subs do not receive a conference. So you will have subs that will work every single period of the day to help fill those vacancies that are there. And then again, perm subs, I hold off to put perm subs because, again, the absences are the last minute are the hardest to fill, so I wait till the night before and sometimes the morning of to place a perm sub into a position. We have received lots of feedback. The campuses feel that they're able to communicate to the sub office more directly. They're able to get communication faster, easier. Subs at the same thing. They feel like they can call. A lot of them just show up because they're in the area and they want to get their answers to their questions, and they do feel very comfortable doing that. We're also very lucky that we have a lot of experienced retired teachers who are subs, and we all know experienced retired teachers have no problem telling you how things are going. But the greatest is they say, hey, let's come in. We want to come in and help and be a part of your team. And they really, truly, truly love being a part of LISD. And we're really lucky that they're here with us. Y'all have any questions? Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, it's always me. So when I look at those 10 chronically understaffed campuses, and we talk about the east side having such struggles, so what are we doing to recruit in that area? I know you said you have 100 people coming for onboarding next week, which is great. Are those specifically for the east side of the district, or does it just happen to be that the orientation will be at Tech East?
The orientation's at Tech East, and part of that is a little bit purposeful because I think a lot of times we think it's so far away. But having orientation there and having them drive to Tech East, well, Independence is right there.
Right.
Killian is right there. And then we talk about, well, technically, if you look at your map, there's a lot of little element. We're so close together, and it's not that far. And so that's hopeful in that. I am putting together a social media post to put out there for the east side of town for them to push it out. My thought is maybe in the spring before the February is going to campuses that maybe have a harder fill rate. On that side, we have a lot of parents that show up early and park a couple hours before school's out. Well, that shows me that you're available in the afternoon, so maybe if I can convince you to be a sub and even just fill the afternoon for that side of town, that would be great. That helps the campus out tremendously. So the thought is maybe going out there and just talking to different people. I think that's a little more helpful than going to a job fair and just seeing random people and having them come up and have a conversation, of maybe actually going to where people are and saying, hey, have you thought about subbing at your kid's campus? A lot of times I have had principals call and say, what can I do? And that was my suggestion of going to your people that you see. Go to your parents who volunteer. A lot of your parents want to volunteer at a school. They just don't know how. And I go, well, right now, you really need a sub. That's a great way for them to volunteer. I told them. And I go, plus, if we go through training, we can help with those pieces.
Paid volunteerism.
Well, you know.
We will pay you
We'll
to
pay
sub.
you.
Another thought is the student-teacher portion. So we're partnering with them, making sure that they get connected into sub positions, and in November when they graduate or December, and then we can kind of push that out as well. Hey, we want you to go here because you're also interviewing for a job and things like that. So that's another thing we're going to try.
But I assume that those top 10 campuses would be where we would put them first.
100%. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Cobb, you're still up. It's the teacher incentive allotment follow-up.
Yes, ma'am, I am. Good evening, all. Are we going to change the presentation? All right, well, we're here again. We talked in September about the teacher incentive allotment, and we're back today to talk a little bit about the follow-up with that. I do, before I start, want to thank Dr. Hart for all of the work she has put in researching the teacher incentive allotment for our presentation tonight.
Ms. Cobb, I think I'm going to add to that as they're queuing up your presentation. Of course, Board, we brought this to you previously and received feedback, but what we're looking for this time around is some input when we get to the end of the presentation about which cohort to pursue and thoughts on that. So just appreciate that we face quite a few questions about teacher incentive allotment when we're in conversations with TEA as we talk about the school improvement trainings that we go to. We face questions about HQIM, TIA, LASSO grant, all of those things that TEA is working on. So I think, Ms. Cobb, that was the only thing I was going to say before you get started, right? Did I miss anything?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so just to follow up with Dr. Rapp, again, we're looking just for feedback and direction as to which way you would like us to work through the teacher incentive allotment. But at this time, as we move forward in this program, there are some steps that we want to talk about tonight that we would need to look at and review if we're moving forward with the teacher incentive allotment. The first one, as I spoke to in September, we would have to look at our teacher evaluation system. As you know, we currently use LEAD, our locally designed system. That would be one thing that we would either have to overhaul or replace as we move forward because there are certain system requirements that need to be met. The second thing we'll talk about tonight is the selection of eligible campuses, subjects, grade levels. Where would we institute TIA? What would that look like, and all of the things that match there. The third thing would be a selection of assessment system for the identified areas once we identify those areas. In other words, what I'm going to talk to you about tonight is the student growth measure piece related to TIA. And then finally, the development of a fund distribution plan. It is important to note that this, if we move forward with teacher incentive allotment, it will require intensive stakeholder involvement. That doesn't mean just the district, that's community, that's every stakeholder for LASD. For all of those steps that are listed above, and then of course for the development of a sound program, staff buy-in, and program compliance. So looking at this, right now we are currently in cohort J. I know in September I listed that we were in cohort I. We have moved that to J just because of timelines and the amount of things that we have to do to be in compliant with the timelines. So if we continue to stay in J, I'm going to also share with you the timeline for K. The application does open in November of 26 and it is due by April of 27. We could move to cohort K, and that's literally moving everything 1 year. Okay, so here is the timeline available to you. You'll see the red box is cohort J, the blue box is cohort K. If you look at J, which is what we currently are in, the application is posted in November of 26. We would have to have it submitted by April of 27. Our data capture year would be 27 to 28. And then we would know, and then you can see all of the things there that would be required there, and we would have our initial payout in September of 29. If you move to K, you're essentially moving everything a year later. So it would give us a little bit more time to work through that process. So let's go back and talk about the overview and the things that we would need to look at in order to look what we have to do in order to get the teacher incentive allotment moving. So essentially, the first thing is let's talk about our teacher evaluations. As we know, we've been working in LEAD for several years now, and that we designed that in our own way. It was locally designed by teachers and a committee, and it's been reviewed several times throughout the years as we work through that. What we would have to implement and what our evaluation system would need would be the following. So the first thing, we are required to have calibration protocols. So that the reason for that, we'd have to have procedures, and we would have to be able to explain and have valid and reliable procedures that increase alignment between all appraisers and all campuses throughout the entire year. We would have to ensure our observation ratings are valid, which means they have to accurately reflect the true effectiveness of a teacher, and they are correlated with student growth data. They would also have to be reliable. So all of our evaluations across the district would have to be consistent, regardless of the appraiser, the campus, the subject, or the grade level. That is going to require intensive calibration protocols, trends, walkthroughs, lots of time, lots of effort, lots of processes that need to be consistent among all stakeholders. We would also have to have training annually to certify every appraiser and every evaluator. And the collaboration with a performance task in order for the evaluator to demonstrate their calibration to the rubric that is designed. There would have to be internal data analysis to review every teacher observation data for skew by the appraiser, school, the grade level, the subject, the teacher demographic, and beyond. We would also have to do data analysis to ensure there's a positive correlation between observation scores and student growth data. And finally, there would have to be a district plan when we do identify problems that are either related to skew or lack of correlation. Then that leads us to LEAD. So the question to LEAD, and this is probably, we put this first because this is one of the biggest things we really need to decide and talk through, is are we going to stay with LEAD or do we go to something else? Our current system would most likely have to undergo many changes to TIA, to be TIA compliant. It's going to feel like a new system, regardless of whatever we do. If we keep it, it's going to feel like a new system to all of our stakeholders. It's depending on how many changes we have to make, whether the system is new or not. We would have to determine whether it's better to transition to T-test, which is the state educator evaluation method for teachers, or should we amend LEAD? And that goes through, we would have to submit LEAD to Texas Tech. They would have to review it to see if it meets all of the TIA compliant requirements. We would have to look at to see what the system should hold, what system should hold the information, and it definitely would be a collaborative effort among every department in the district. Finance, procurement and contracts, learning and teaching, HR, accountability and evaluation. It would be a huge district effort. So that's A. And then we go to the next section, B, what we have to look at next. That would be, once we get our teacher evaluation system done, now we're looking at where we want to implement teacher incentive allotment. We would have to identify who would be eligible for funding. Of course, we would want to make sure that selection would align with our district goals and values. We have to ensure that there is a valid and reliable student growth measure available in that area. TEA recommends considering eligible teaching assignments in tandem with possible teacher performance data. They require careful analysis of the student growth measure options available for each teaching assignment and the historical appraisal data. The next thing we need to look at is the third thing, which are student growth measures. So when we select any eligible area to implement TIA, we have to ensure that it has a student growth measure and it has to include one or more of the following TIA recognized student growth measures. The first one's a student learning objective. Has to be aligned with SLO, with the texasslo.org, and I have that link there. It has to be built on a foundational skill and be able to be assessed with a body of evidence. Another option we could look at would be portfolios. That would be something that would probably be best for performance-based courses. It must include a skill proficiency rubric with at least 5 proficiency levels and varied artifacts. The next potential student growth measure we could consider are pre- and post-test. They can be locally created. They also can be vendor created. They have to have expected growth targets. And then lastly, one of the things we could include, or a combination among the 4, is the value added measure. So that if we do value added measure, we have to compare predicted to actual scores based on multiple years of past testing history. And it has to be based on statistical modeling and often conducted by independent teachers. And then we move to the 4th one, which is the development of a spending plan. We would have to determine how the funding would be distributed. 90% or more of the allotment must be spent on teacher compensation on the campus where the designated teacher works. They have even outlined defined what a teacher is. They have said that a teacher is defined as a student-facing instructional staff. It could include aides and paraprofessionals as long as they're instructional, classroom inclusion support teachers, and other staff who work directly with students in an instructional setting. It does not include school leaders, non-instructional staff. That includes instructional coaches who teach our teachers but do not teach our students, central office staff, or staff at a different campus. And then the other 10% can be used by the district to support the designation system or support teachers in earning designations. It's important to note that TIA does not have any set requirements related to accountability. Schools involved in state mandated accountability processes can be included in TI plans, or they don't have to be. Region 11 staff do advise and state that TIA can be helpful by providing additional incentive at turnaround schools or campuses where recruitment of experienced staff is difficult. So the program can serve as a helpful tool in targeting specific goals that the district's working to achieve. It is important to carefully think through with that, I have to say this, it is important to carefully think through the potential adverse outcomes when designing your local TIA plan. You've got to consider how it would affect teacher transfer rules, other things that we have in place that could negatively impact the teacher and the outcome that we want. So part of our presentation is just to let you know kind of where we sit within our surrounding districts. On the left, you can see the campuses or the districts that have not yet applied for TIA. And you can read through all of those various ones, probably ones closer to our size. You can see growing ones, Allen, Arlington, Argyle, several of them there, Little Elm, Highland Park, McKinney, Northwest, Prosper. Applications that they've started and they've been accepted. Ones to note that are close to us, Denton, Grapevine, Colleyville, Irving, Keller, Plano. And then ones that have a fully approved TIA system, you'll see are there. Frisco, Garland, Richardson, Dallas, and they've had those for a long time. So that brings us back to kind of where we are. We are currently in cohort J. If we decide to move forward with TIA, the next question would be which cohort do we want and timeline do we want to look at? Cohort J is where we currently are. It would be very important to note that we would need to be moving quickly. Within a month, we would need to establish a district TIA lead. That would be another FTE paid for by the district. We would need to have potential stakeholder input starting in February, going through August, and we would need to be working immediately to provide guidance for our stakeholder input. We would be looking at assessments, we would be looking at evaluations, we would be looking at all the things. If you move to cohort K, you can see it's essentially the same timeline. We're looking at it, it pushes it out by a year. So what we have suggested is with a data capture year of 28-29, we would want the potential stakeholder input to be November of 26 to June of 27, a little bit longer, a little bit earlier, and then we would need to name our district TIA lead by this summer to get moving, summer of 26. So now we're ready for feedback and input and any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Ms. Lasan first. You could pull her up.
Hey, everybody, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Hey, everyone, enjoyed your presentations here remotely. So I guess, no, I don't guess. I'm not completely convinced that we need to do this in the first place. That's my initial thought. And I think, and so I guess because of that, I would say move to cohort K if we're going to do it at all. For me personally, and maybe I need to do my own research, maybe, you guys, I know we have some contacts over at Keller, but, I would really love to see, and I think probably Frisco would be my preference, or Frisco, Richardson, to see how exactly they are doing this and how it has benefited them, because I'm just not completely convinced that it's going to be worth it. Because I just don't like to base teacher bonuses, pay, incentives, whatever, on student performance. I just am fundamentally have a big problem with that. I understand, in my own work, I am, graded, so to speak, on my performance, but that's on goals that are in my control. And so a lot of these, student performance, I just don't believe is completely within a teacher's control. That, they shape these minds and help them learn, absolutely. But there's so many outside influences that teachers cannot control that I'm just not sure it's fair. That's my opinion on it. So Ms. Cobb, if you're asking for input, I would say cohort K, but again, I'm not completely convinced that we need to do this in the first place. And I would really like to see more details on how it's working for Frisco and Richardson.
We can get that for you. I'll be happy to do that, put that in board notes.
Thanks, Ms. Cobb.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. So I already know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway, just to make sure that everyone has clarity. So from application to payout is 2 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that payout is based on the prior year's data. So we have to expend our funds.
Yes, ma'am.
For FTE to manage the program, the time that it will take our research department to do modeling, regardless of what process we choose, we're going to have to do some of our own modeling, to train and calibrate all of those hours. And then even when the payout happens, only 10% of that payout can then fund all of that work that has to, by the way, you have to reapply periodically. So you have to continue to do that training and work to maintain calibration.
Yeah, you have to reapply every 3 years. So you are correct.
And we are now seeing more stringent data validation for TIA. So some of these districts that have approved systems are now finding that as they expand their programs are not passing validation and have to go back to the drawing board.
Yes.
So now you have 2 years of work of data collection and system modeling, and you get nothing for it. And you have to go back to the drawing board. Okay, so that I got a whole list here,
And
so
2
just
years
keep
of
me going.
2 years of salary of the FTE that you had to add. And you're not guaranteed that you'll pass.
In addition, I'm seeing some districts that they apply with one process, and perhaps they are not as forward-thinking and don't have as much data and modeling in their because it's a new process, right? So they get to data validation and they fail data validation, and so there are some small tweaks that you can make post data validation, but they've already made commitments about how the system is going to be run, what the weights are going to be, what the system is going to be. Number one, you can't change the system as a whole once you've applied, but two, you start to make those tweaks, and all of a sudden teachers are like, wait a second, you said if I do this, well, that was pending data validation. So then you get into a communication challenge with your teachers, okay? In looking at student growth outcomes, the hardest thing to get validated, SLOs and portfolios. But the most equitable across subject areas is SLOs and portfolios. Oh, sorry, it's a student learning objective.
Student learning objective.
Sorry. Acronym City. Just wait till I get going about VAM. Anyway. So now we are the same standardized testing that we were just talking about and the challenges that go along with that. That's what they compare some of your data against. How does your SLOs and your pre and post test line up with a value-added model that Texas Tech is running off of standardized test scores? So those same challenges are going to come into play. And so I hear them when they say this can be a recruiting tool, but the same barriers that we're seeing for students in those schools where we're having those recruiting problems are going to impact this system. The other thing about the system is it's a forced distribution. You have to be able to show that you've got teachers on all ends of the spectrum. So even some of our systems where they come out with 100% of their teachers showing growth, whoa, the system must be wrong. And they fail data validation. Woo! Let me make sure I haven't missed any of my notes here. The other thing that happens, so we've had influence from both TEA and Region 11. You should really have these systems. Texas Tech runs the statistical modeling. They don't say yes or no on the system. It then goes to TEA. There's not a set cut score. In fact, that's one of the things that's really challenging in supporting districts in TIA is there's not one cut thing that we can say, if you meet this, you'll pass. Because it gets in front of TEA, and TEA decides whether that number, whatever that number is from Texas Tech, whether that's passing or not. The justification is that we have very different districts across the state, and we need that flexibility. I won't say any more on that. I think you know where I'm going with my recommendation. I do know that there's a lot of pressure and that this is an avenue for additional funding. I recognize that. So if this is a path that we decide we need to take for that additional funding, my recommendation is to move to Cohort K and pilot some of the systems that we might put into place. Pilot some evaluation systems that would fit with TIA, along with some modeling of both the performance data and the evaluation data, so that we have a better idea of whether or not it's feasible, particularly in different kinds of classrooms. I think I'm done. Thank you, Madam President.
Ms. Alcated? J or K?
Dr. Barker, I think, brings up a lot of points and a lot of questions that we've all had, especially from that system and what it would look like. I like the idea of taking the time to possibly pilot something, which we've talked about as well, just to kind of see how would it work. And you talked about doing it in different kinds of classrooms in different areas of our district and at different levels. I think that is the key, looking at making sure that we are moving across the entire district, and is it meeting the needs that we need to make sure that all students, all teachers are impacted by it. If this is a plan that we do decide to go to, definitely it would have to be Cohort K. I think J is way too soon. We don't have enough information. I do not like the idea of having to pay out 2 years of an FTE without the possibility of even knowing what's going on, and then developing the system and developing the plans. So if we decide as a board to go on, it would definitely be Cohort K, but I think it comes with a lot of baggage and a lot of questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alcatev. Dr. Taylor.
All right. I'll try not to be all night. Was that the? So I agree that if we're going to do this, push it out to cohort K because of the timeline. I think we would need that amount of time. I will say that initially I was in favor of the TIA because I guess knowing people in the Frisco School District, it sounded like something that would help our teachers get additional compensation and to the point of higher salaries. But then as I kind of did more research, I feel like I don't know that I'm in favor of it. And when I was looking at this, I didn't have enough time to do like real research. So of course I consulted ChatGPT. So that's kind of what I do. So I was trying to figure out the pros and cons, and if one list was longer than the other one, I found 4 pros to participating and 5 cons. And the pros, some of the things that were mentioned, the additional state funding, retention of high performers, the recruitment advantage, right, because you now have a competitive hiring system, and a way to signal teacher effectiveness, which I'm not sure how you would signal that, but that's ChatGPT. But then when I looked at the cons, they seemed more detailed and more entailed about the complexity of implementation, which I thought was an issue, the ongoing administrative burden, which I think my colleagues spoke to, and that if the district misimplements or fails to maintain fidelity, funding and credibility could be affected, where you're not actually going to get the money and you've made this investment of time, you've set up all these things, and you are paying additional salaries. And then it also mentioned one of the things about where is it implemented? Is it fair or across classrooms, special education? How does that play into it? I would assume we're talking tonight about campuses with, emerging bilinguals where that's a high number, or socioeconomic challenges. How do we make sure that those campuses are included or those teachers are included? You got to pick certain teachers, certain subjects. What does that do to your morale? Teacher culture. Is it more collaboration now or is it more competition because of this program? So I land probably not to do it based on that, but I would want more time to consult other things besides ChatGPT. But if I was going to do it and I got to pick one, I like the one that's farther out so we can decide and get more information and do more research and figure out if this is something for the district.
J or K?
One that was farther out?
K.
K? Okay, K.
I just didn't say it, so I just wanted to make sure we're kind of clear.
K.
Cells.
I too believe that we need to go out to cohort K if we're going to go out at all. I think that there's a couple of us in the room that were in the audience when Mr. Morath first brought TIA to the forefront and into the discussion, and how it was going to be just a simplified plan for us to get quality teachers in our classroom. And it concerns me now because once you see the implementation of it, which is evolving, I think that the TEA has invested in quality wills for their goalpost, not planting stakes at this time on this. And so I think that it's going to evolve. The past year, have sat through every presentation at Summer Leadership Institute or at Texas EdCon on TIA, and I will tell you, I walked away from all of them more confused than I was going in, which tells me that when different districts are presenting in different fashions, along with providers who all link back to a joint place, seems like. I'm concerned about the cost. I'm concerned about this teacher evaluation and what that will do. I'm concerned about the time. Once again, I'm concerned about the wheels on the goalpost. I really want to see where the gains are for our students in all of this. And I think that I would really love to have some input on what some of our other districts around in Region 10 and 11 are experiencing with this, what they have come up to once they have been accepted. And so I'm thinking that we're seeing a good discussion meeting for NTAASB coming up. So I think that I am cohort K all the way. So thank you.
We'll get the data in the board notes, the weekly update.
All right, so it's me. I got questions. What is the feedback when you talk to your colleagues from Frisco and Carrollton Farmers Branch? Because those are two districts who have fully implemented.
I'll have to get back to you on that right now. I don't have it in the middle of it, but it's been, I mean, the success of it works in some areas, but it's been difficult with the changes in the system to keep it. And I'll share that I will say this, when we interview folks from those districts and they're interested to coming here, they want to come here. They want to come here because of the culture. They want to come here because don't feel as though they're pitted against other teachers. One of the issues that we have coming here is CFB is the salary, because we can't compete with the amount of money they're getting through TIA. But what we find is those that can do come because they're tired of competing in the TIA realm. I'll say that.
That's good information. I just want to confirm that I'm correct on this, that the TIA position is an administrative position, correct?
Yes,
and that's an administrative position created by TEA via the legislature, correct?
You are correct, and I would venture to say, based on the amount of work that is required in that position, you might need more than one.
Or a larger district.
Or a larger district of our size.
So that's an administration position that is created by TEA via the legislature that does not value administrators.
You are correct.
Thank you. I would also say that we have at least one legislative session in between now and when we would have to implement, if we did J. We have two-ish if you went through K. When I talk to friends who are in much smaller districts who have implemented this is what they find, that they've got teachers making more than principals, and they have resentment from counselors and librarians, and they have teachers who thought they were a master teacher, which is one of the designation, that are not considered master teachers. And it has been a real morale killer for some of those teachers who then just retire, because a lot of them are experienced teachers. Do you want to add?
Something else I've seen over the last couple of years, we do hire folks that get their designations in smaller districts. And smaller districts, lower socioeconomic, rural areas. So in that criteria, they are eligible for more money in the way that the funding system works. So that money follows them, and it gets here, and we get that, we give it to them in a paycheck. What I find is they go and they earn the money, and then they come to where the places where they're not in competition with one another.
Yeah, I would agree. I would also say one of the reasons, this is just a thought of me, I don't have, I can't cite anything, but I would say one of the reasons there's a bell curve, and one of the reasons everyone can't be a master teacher for them is because there isn't enough money. there's not enough money in the system to support this program at the state level. Because we're a pass-through, right? I mean, we're essentially a pass-through for this money. And I feel that when you're a pass-through for this money, somehow, though, the money gets tied to us, that we're getting extra funding. And we would be getting no extra funding in this system. I will be very curious if they do an audit, which they have not done, to my knowledge, yet at TEA. But if they do an audit on the TIA system alone, how much money is there? How long will it last? Because I think it is one of those programs that is unsustainable. And I can say cohort K, I would prefer cohort Z at this point in time. I feel with how TEA seems to operate, which is changing the rules midstream, that they put ISDs and they put teachers in no-win situations.
To your point, I've watched those that we've hired with it. I've watched that money come in, and I've watched the number of folks that we hire with it. It is the bell curve. It started out really low. We ended up, might hire 20 or 30 teachers. We're back down to the teens. So it proves your point of what you just said.
Yeah, it's just not sustainable. So I think you have your direction. I think we were pretty clear across the board on that. I thank you for bringing it forward. I thank you very much for the information. And I think that it is something that, like a lot of things, it sounds great in theory, but once, it's like an accountability system. It sounds great in theory, but when you do 279 pages of nonsense that you can't make sense of, it's not clear. And that is the same way I feel about this. I don't know how many pages TIA is. I'm sure it's probably about the same 279 pages, if not more. And I think that when you create a system that is that complicated, it benefits no one in the end. So that's my soapbox for tonight. Thank you very much, Ms. Cobb. Next, a student service report. Mr. Kaj, the transportation update.
Thank you, President, board members, Dr. Rapp. As the team makes their way to the podium, thank you for letting us bring this update to you, journaling our path. It's almost like I want to start out every slide with Dear Diary. So we'll get started with the transportation update with Lisa Gardner, Assistant Director of Transportation.
Good evening, Dr. Rapp, Board, Chiefs, and General Counsel. We will start with our busing numbers. So currently we have 209 routes established as of October 31st. And what that means is we have 209 routes based on eligible riders. Each driver, as we've discussed in the past, they are equipped with 3 tiers. That first tier being elementary school they pick up. Second tier is high school. Third tier is middle school. Okay, followed by 135 shuttles. That's daily. So shuttles are from school to Tech East back to school. We have some students that have swim throughout the day. And again, these are daily, 135. So for the month of October, we had 630 field trips. 1,267 buses were used for field trips. 288 of those drivers were by our coaches. 979 trips were driven by our bus drivers. Okay, as of October 31st, currently we're sitting at 191 drivers. We budgeted for 220. Keeping in mind we have 209 routes. Maintenance, we budgeted for 9 and we're currently sitting at 6. Future drivers, we have 9. that have already started. I just got word today through email that there are 2 additional drivers that are starting November 5th, which is Wednesday, and one on November 12th. May not sound like a lot, but it's a lot. It helps. Bus monitors, we're sitting at 68. We budgeted for 77. Office staff, we're really short. We budgeted for 31. We're sitting at 26. And our white fleet drivers, we have 3 openings. So you'll see at the bottom we have leadership openings. We have an opening for an executive director, a safety and training manager. We have 2 operations managers positions available and 1 field trip specialist available.
Okay, so we talk a lot about the absences and the impact that driver absences have on the transportation department and getting students to and from school. So the graph shows you the driver absences the last 2 weeks. So in the blue, that's the week of October 20th, and then the orange gold was last week. Okay, so you can see it doubled. Why? We don't really know. So it's hard to predict. And you can see, Mondays and Fridays are a little bit higher on both of those weeks, but you can see it fluctuates. Again, hard to predict. Lisa and her team has created a transportation employee call-out line. So if somebody is sick, not feeling well, or can't come in, and they know a couple days in advance or the night before, they will call, and the dispatch team can prepare. So they start looking at routes. They're getting people to cover. They're letting drivers know, hey, your colleague's going to be out tomorrow. Can you pick up this route? So they can prepare as much as they can. But it's really those last-minute call-outs that are detrimental and obviously hard to prepare for. Also, a trend that I've noticed just in hearing of the other presenters talk tonight, and having nothing to do with the transportation department, that the east side of our district, the majority of our absences, or the transportation department's absences, these drivers that are calling out, are coming from the east side of our district. So the Colony Bus Barn is where they're seeing the highest number of absences, and those buses serve the Colony and Hebron feeder pattern. Okay, so this again, just some more data. So this kind of zooms in on the impact of having one driver out. So we had a driver out last week, I think 4 full days and then a half day on Friday. So you can see the buses, about 2 or 3 buses that had to cover for that route, and the schools impacted, it's actually much more than 2. There's 10. So I believe there were 6 elementary, 3 middle school, and then 1 a career center. Okay, so obviously, again, the impact of just one driver absence is significant. And in talking with the drivers over the last couple of weeks, something that I have learned and will stand by is they love their job. They want to get kids to and from school. But it's stressful for them, just like a teacher, when they're having to cover for their colleague, it's stressful because they want to get kids to and from school on time. They have relationships with these parents that they see at the bus stop every morning. And when that parent's frustrated because they're waiting on that bus and they're late to work, it takes a toll on the drivers. So how are we addressing that? So you heard Lisa talk about there are 9 drivers that are about to be onboarded. So 6 new drivers are being assigned to the East Zone, that Colony Bus Barn, and then an additional 3 driver trainees are in the process of scheduling their driving test. Once they pass their test, they will be assigned those open routes in the Colony and Hebron feeder pattern. We also have, we're working on some standard operating procedures that will be drafted and created for the transportation employees to promote consistency, just processes and procedures so that they feel like they can come to work and they know what to expect. They know what to do if they're absent. They know what to do if something happens on the job. And then, of course, enhanced parent notification through the Stop Finder app, which we'll talk about here in just a little bit. So we're slowly rolling that out, and that will hopefully reduce the call volume that the call center employees are taking each day. And then that will, again, help the department improve their communication whenever buses will be combined and result in delays.
And another way that we talked about this the last time we met, to try to address driver shortage and the volume of needs for our routes, is we've started our contract with Everdriven. In October 23rd was the first day that the route started with the company. And at this point, we have approximately 27 students, and actually I've been adding more in today, to these routes to help not eliminate necessarily a bus route, but for a lot of our special ed routes, we were looking at, and actually I picked the east side as one of the first ones to get help based on need. Not any favoritism to, Hebron Hawks or anything, but Homestead has 2 bus routes. They had about, I think it was like 16 and 18 kids each on each route. So those are really long routes. Some of the students there live closer, they're in the colony that are there for specialized programs for special ed. So we looking at the kids that were the farthest away from the school and putting them into the Everdriven routes to help reduce the route time for everyone and make that also that ripple effect of, if they're on time and earlier at elementary, then they'll be on time and earlier for middle school or high school too, in that direction. So in those routes, we have prioritized special ed routes that have had high numbers of students on the bus and or long distances that the bus is driving, which makes the route longer, as well as some gen ed students that are also in some unique geographical areas, that like up in North Frisco that need to come all the way to Hebron, and as well as our McKinney-Vento students, because that's kind of a smattering of different ones and their locations to the campuses that they need to attend. So that's been our focus here, and we're continuing to build from there. Right now, the last count I had from Everdriven was that we have a total of 32 drivers approved, passed our background checks through the HR. They have their badges for LISD. They have their magnets, and so we're just in the process of rolling out those routes.
So the much anticipated Stop Finder parent app. So district communication will go out by the end of the week highlighting the features of the app. I can say currently the elementary initial rollout is underway. We have about 13,302 invites that have been sent to all elementary schools. And to date, in addition to the 13,000, we had our 2 pilot schools, which were, Arbor Creek. No, Arbor Creek is one of my favorites now. Briar Hill and Hebron Valley, and that's about 800. And currently, we're sitting at about 20% out of that 14,000, 21% that have actually, parents that have activated their accounts. So once they receive those invites, they've gone in, they've enrolled, and they're monitoring their students. High school invitations will go out the end of this week, and that's almost 20,000. And that number is pretty high because most parents, they have 2, some maybe 3 emails on file with their student's Skyward account, then followed by middle school. There will approximately 8,500. That'll be rolled out as well. And we say Stop Finder will be fully live. It's actually live now. So those parents that do have access to those accounts that have activated, they are monitoring those counts now. And I can say we have not received very many complaints. The only complaints that we've received are basic complaints such as, I didn't receive the invite. Or I think last week there were internet issues where the app was spinning. Okay, so looking ahead, we have training for all dispatchers to help better support customer needs. Today we had our call center staff being trained on Stop Finder so they can field those calls that are coming in. And dispatchers will be trained later this week, which will help once we roll out the high school and middle school, because those are going to be a lot of invites in case we get the calls from parents. And next is stabilizing staffing in the transportation department, ensuring that we have that retention. Okay, the Stop Finder app rollout by the entire district by the end of next week, mid-November. Wayfinder for drivers, so those are the tablets that the drivers use when they get on their buses to pre-trip. They will be able to have drive-by-drive, turn-by-turn GPS, which is great as opposed to drivers riding around with a set of papers trying to follow directions. Okay, so driver evaluations, we need to see exactly where drivers are so we know how we can assist them. And everything goes back to the basic training, including de-escalation training for drivers and monitors for student discipline management on the bus. On the buses.
So leads us to our concerns. We still have those concerns that we talk about daily. We have last-minute driver call-outs. I get a text from Lisa about 5:30 in the morning talking me through the absences that we're facing, that we know about, not really knowing the ones that just don't show up. So those last-minute call-outs is our overall concern. The open routes, but as you see, as we're adding staff and hiring them, we're placing them in those high-need areas. Obviously, traffic and construction, and then weird things that happen, like Old Town being shut down for a parade, or something over there on the east side, and our drivers are very skilled. If we get the information, we tell them, they know how to adjust. Adds time to that route. And then as we start heading into the late fall, we've got field trip times, picking them up at the right time, dropping them off at the right time so that they can maximize their time at the field trip, but then also returning to our district so they can drive their AM or PM route. And then, our overall concern is our consistently running on time. And we're at 81%. That's great, but what about that 19%? And so that's what we're constantly tackling. But we can probably see that percentage hopefully go up with Ever-Driven being more utilized at campuses for things. And then as we get those drivers onboarded, placed in those routes, and then that consistent attendance with some of those bus barns. So with that, we'll open for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Dr. Taylor.
Just a comment. I was trying to remember what our on-time rate was with when we were outsourcing. It seems about even.
It's a good thing that it's a good thing our superintendent was a math person, because she really called them out on their data that they shared with us. But gotcha. I believe, based on what I can recall, it was less than 80%.
Right, so I feel, we're doing better, and we haven't had it in-house long is what I wanted to call out. Also, I think I ask this every meeting, other than the board getting CDL and driving, is there anything that we can do to support, I guess, what's going on in the transportation department?
I think allowing us to come here and be honest with y'all, and y'all believing that we know where our inefficiencies are, we know where our concerns are, and that this team over here is just working tirelessly on it. So I just, your patience and your guidance through this journey is really very helpful.
Ms. Sells.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't think any of us took this journey at the beginning not believing that there were going to be some growing pains. Not to the extent maybe that we've seen thus far, but I think we've hit a turnaround. And I just want to say I appreciate that you all thought out of the box. With Everride, it's got to be it's got to impact, especially those distances. And part of me is like, why didn't we think of that before? You know, but I'm glad that we've got you, and I'm glad that you all do bring us the truth. There's nothing we don't like more or like less than being told one thing but finding out it's not the truth somewhere down the way, or finding out that the truth isn't the whole truth. And so you have our support, and we just appreciate that you all come and share these things. And I'm just looking forward to better days and greater numbers on these. So thank you guys. Appreciate you all.
Mr. Son.
Hi, thank you all for being here and working so hard. I've had the opportunity as being a band mom to meet some bus drivers and go out there and shake hands and, thank them for what they're doing. And I want to say that, at least, I know that these drivers that drive our bands around, they do a great job. And so I just wanted to kind of publicly state that. And one of them, Miss Lisa, he complimented you that he really enjoyed working with you. And I believe this past Friday there was a perfect storm, right, where I think all of our football teams maybe had away games, and so there was many
4 out of 5.
Yes, 4 out of 5. And so I know that required the use of many of our buses and drivers and stuff. And so, I know those drivers, I'm assuming that they all drive regular routes during the day, and then some of them are out very late with those extra, things. So big, and so please correct me if I'm wrong there, but those are long days for them too. And then, sometimes they'll turn around and do more work the next day on those Thursday night games. So anyway, just very grateful for y'all. And again, it's been hard. I'm sorry that it's been this hard, but I think we're going to come out, on the other side and be better for it. So just, hang in there, everybody, parents included.
Thank you, Mrs. Son. I would say I don't think there's probably a group of people who wants this to be work as much as you all. And so no one is working against parents. No one is working to have buses not show up. No one is working to not have kids get to school on time. We're better than we were. I think I'm going to put you in a competition with substitutes. We'll see who can get to 90% first. Could be something in it for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then it is my pleasure to announce before we move on. I'm going to do it. Flower Mound won in 3 sets, so they're the volleyball area champions. And we look forward to hearing from Mr. Son hopefully later tonight to see how our bands did, because I know that they will have their announcement a little bit later. We may or may not be here. So you get to follow that, Mr. Ware, with our property value audit update.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Rapp. Lacey Harris with Purdue Brandon is here tonight to share with us an update on the services that they provide for the district.
We appreciate your patience.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here with you. Thank you for your time. And we are certainly proud to partner with and serve Lewisville ISD in this regard. So this is my okay. Yeah, so just a bit on our team to give you a little bit of information about who's working for you. We have 15 offices in the state, Purdue Brandon. We do have some additional sub-offices. We have 66 licensed attorneys and 400-plus support staff. We provide many different services under the property value law realm, including that which we provide to you, which is the property value study services. That includes both protests of the study and audits of the study. So what we are looking at for your district are your property values in relationship to your state aid. So not specifically with local collections, but the share of your funding that's coming from the state. And that is the value in which we are monitoring for your district in an effort to make sure in working with both the Texas Education Agency and the State Comptroller's Office that we are able to recover for your district as much state aid as possible through these processes. We contracted with the district first in, I believe it was it was the summer of 2022. I do know that for sure. And since then, I'm proud to report to you of what we have recovered to date. Again, that is working through processes laid out by the legislature. With both through both the Comptroller's Office and the Texas Education Agency. So it is a battle with both state agencies. So for the protests of the property value study, which is a piece of the process that the service that we provide to you, we're looking at about $1.9 million in state aid. Through the audits of the study, we're looking at about $660,000 in state aid to date. I know this is difficult to see for those in the audience, but to sort of, I wanted to break down the years in which we have been able to those numbers encompass. So because of the process of the property value study and the laws that govern it, we sort of live in a prior year all of the time. So these are the years in which we have been able to review for the district since the inception of the contract. And just broken down by service for the district. We also look at reviewing any local data that may impact you as well, though we don't directly work with local collections, so we aren't doing your delinquent tax work. But we do want to make sure in concerted effort to make sure that your local share and your state share of funding are maintaining that balance so that, again, we can recover all that we can. Again, representation, legal representation for study purposes. The study is governed under the government code and put up on the state comptroller as the one to conduct the study. So I won't talk you through all of these steps, so no fear. I did want to provide you with just a little bit of information as far as the timeline goes, so that you can, when you're looking at these dates, we're talking about tax year 2019, 2020, 21, 22, et cetera, all of these previous years, and looking at those. The study lags a year behind. What happens is your local appraisal district sets your local values locally, reports preliminary data to value data to you in April of every year. In July, you get your certified values. It is in August then that those values are certified to the comptroller. And that's when we kick off sort of our services for you. So you can imagine, so for 2025, those values are just now being reported over to the comptroller's office. We will then kick off our 26 property value study review for you in January of 25, I'm sorry, our 25 study review for you in January of 26. Again, sort of walking through those processes. The audits then come after that. So the protests of the study will kick off in January. Audits are then looked at after the final study is certified and can be reviewed for up to 3 years after the final certification of the study. So again, why in this report we're talking about tax year 2019, we can go back that far and look at recovering that data. I will now open it to you to any questions on any specifics that I'm glad to take.
Are there any questions? I greatly appreciate your work that you do and the money that you recover for us.
Absolutely.
That we get to put back.
It's our pleasure, and thank you all.
Thank you very much. You're still up, Mr. Rare. It's the 2025 Facilities Assessment Document.
Jason will be presenting this item.
All right, good evening, Board. Dr. Rapp. As mentioned, I will be presenting the 2025 Facilities Assessment Document this evening. This will not be news to you, but LISD is a very large district, and we have a lot of facility assets. So looking at this quickly, we do have close to 47,000 students, 127 square miles, one of the largest footprints in DFW, top 20 largest district in the state, top 100 in the nation. You can see there our current inventory. We're located at approximately 79 sites, and we're right at 10 million square feet of facilities in that inventory that you see there. Some assessment document highlights. The document was developed and is maintained in-house since 2015, so this is our 10-year anniversary, if you will. And so 10 years of doing that work adds up to an incredible savings doing that work in-house for the district. The document provides a comprehensive look at the age and condition of each existing building through their major building components. Items addressed through the 2017 bond referendum are highlighted in orange. We'll take a look at that as an example. And then also the 23 and 24 bonds are also notated with highlights in blue in the notes column, and we'll show you an example of that. This is a living document. As I mentioned, 2025 is revision 10. And I would like to note that the assessment was identified as a best practice process in our internal audit back in 2023. All right, new to the document this year, you will see furniture now. All the new furniture coming in, classroom, cafeteria, library furniture will all have placeholders within the document that we can track. Synthetic turf. We have a lot of synthetic turf coming in, enhanced accessibility playgrounds, baseball, softball fields, middle school game fields, and high school practice fields. And although not all of those are complete, we do have placeholders in place. As they complete, we will then add those to the document. Also, very similar to that is the stadium LED sports lighting. We've added placeholders for the high school football, baseball, and softball stadiums as we get those projects completed. Volunteers will be very, very excited about the next one. We started adding HVAC to our stadium concessions, and so as those come online, we'll actually be adding those to the document as well, tracking those. And then lastly, our Hedrick Middle School Community Playground, which has been discussed. All right, so quickly, this is how our assessment document works. On the right there, you see assessment definitions. This is the first page in our published document. Each building component or system is evaluated using these data points. The first data point that we review is the life cycle in years. This is the length of time measured in years that a material or system should last under normal circumstances before it needs to be replaced. This is one of our most important data points that we utilize. And so on the left there, we show you exactly where those life cycles are derived from. We use multiple sources, including industry standards, manufacturer recommendations, regulatory agencies, historical experience, which we have a ton of, and many, many publications that get those life cycles. The next data point that we utilize is the last replace, exactly what it is. This is when the year that the item that we're reviewing is last replaced. The next data point is the percent life remaining. This is the amount of service life left on that item utilizing the first two data points. We're going to look at an example of this, so it'll make a lot more sense. The next data point we utilize is our visual evaluation score. This is a score given by my facility services personnel. And it's a score where we're looking at how that particular item is performing relative to its expected life cycle. And also another data point that we utilize is our work order history. And that score consists of the labor and material costs associated with maintaining that particular system that we're reviewing. The number in that column, it's worth noting, represents the benefit or penalty that that work order data is going to have on that particular item. All of that together, all of these data points gives us what we call the total assessment score, and we believe that is the most accurate assessment of that particular item, and we'll talk about why that is. Going right to an actual assessment summary sheet from the document, we'll take a look at that. So this is, as you can see, top left corner, DeLay Middle School. Gives you the details, gives you the address, tells you the year it was built, 1977, making that particular campus 48 years old. 182,385 square feet, the facility there. That current year just denotes the current year that the assessment document is in. You move over to the right, you'll see the assessment scale. So we score everything on a 0 to 100% scale in our document. Make it very easy to understand. 100% meaning that that particular item is new or have just been newly replaced. And then moving all the way down the scale to 0, which would mean that that particular item is at the end of its life cycle and that we need to be planning for replacement. Right below that, you'll see all the data points that we just discussed. And then we'll go through one of the examples there. But before we do, over to the right, you will see that notes column that I mentioned earlier. It's the widest column there on the right. And you'll see the orange items that are highlighted, and those denote that those particular items were covered in the 2017 bond. And just below that, you'll see some items highlighted there in the light blue, and those are 23-24 bond items that are upcoming. And so just a real quick reference, if you look through there, to see what's covered in our most recent bonds. So real quickly before we move on, if you look at one particular item, we'll go through the data points very quickly. The very first line item, DeLay Middle School HVAC. You can see that it has the HVAC system there has a life cycle of 20 years. Was last replaced, even though this building was built in 1977, the HVAC system was last replaced in 2010, meaning that there's 25% life remaining on that particular system. Our facility services technicians have gone out and said, hey, that system is performing as expected, and so that visual evaluation score maintains that that is the case. Then we take a look at our work order history score, and at this particular location, we actually get a 6% bonus because of the amount of materials and labor that we've utilized at that campus. Actually gave the HVAC system a bonus, and that gave us our total assessment score of 27. And so all that to say, there's 27% left of the 20-year life cycle on that particular system. That's the published part of the document. What you don't see is on the working part of the document over on the right is the internal use. It actually does plot out that the year that that particular item is kind of the target date for that. We don't publish it because without a plan, it doesn't really mean anything. And so that is intentional, but it does do that for us. All right. I think y'all have all seen this before, probably 10 times. Many of our buildings are very complex. That is why we feel like assessing the facilities by component is the best method to utilize. This was one of our very first evaluation examples. This is a addition evaluation. So this is Marcus High School. Every color on this particular map represents a different building addition completed over its 40-plus years of being open. And, additions aren't unusual. I just looked today, over half of our campuses have had additions since they were opened, just maybe not to this extent, but some have. I did create a new graphic this year to maybe show this a little better, because I know not everybody looks at maps all day, like some of us. So, this is the site of Marcus High School. If you pulled up to this site back in 1981, you would be pulling up to this portion of the building. And so you can see you have your classrooms there and a gym and a half. Right? So shortly behind that, in 1982, we got the ag shop and the wood shop built in, which is now the robotics lab. In 1983, we had an athletics edition and fine arts edition. After that, we had in 1984, we had a cafeteria expansion and kitchen expansion. And in 1988, we got the S-Wing classroom edition came in. And right following that, in 1989, the Fine Arts Auditorium opened up. Then in 1997, I mentioned that gym and a half. Now you got 2 full gyms there at Marcus. In 2000, you got the W-Wing classroom edition. Then in 2008, we got the large gym edition and a band hall edition at the campus. 2014 was a big one. We got there on the top left was the 9th grade campus was added. The top middle was the activity center was added. And then the black box theater on your bottom right. Also with that, if you didn't see that, the front drive was additional front drive was added at that time. We're not done there outside the building. We back in 2018, we replaced that entire asphalt parking lot in the back. If you remember, it's one large slope. It was very unsafe in inclement weather, so we were glad to get rid of that. It's a much safer parking lot now. And then just this last summer in 2025, we got rid of the last drives that were their asphalt on that campus. I do all that to say that each of these additions have multiple components with varying life cycles that need to be evaluated and tracked individually. This is just another quick example of how just one type of item, in this case flooring, one of our initial studies again, exists in each one of those additions. And all of the colors here, this is Hebron High School, all of the colors here represent different types of flooring in all those different areas. And those flooring types alone can have different life cycles as well. So if you look at the legend in the top corner, you have several different types of flooring. Of those flooring types, carpet has a 15-year life cycle. Vinyl tile, 20 years. Some of our wood floors, gyms, we can actually get up to 40 years of life expectancy out of those. Terrazzo, 50 years. So you can see they're coming in at different times as they're being built. Not only are they coming in, just one type of component has multiple life cycles. And so it gets, like I say, a little more complicated than you would think. But our assessment document tracks all of these building components very successfully. We believe, as you can see here, I know you can't read that, it's very small, but for instance, Marcus High School has just maybe hundreds of different components and systems that we're tracking. Just in HVAC alone, I think we have 7 different systems in the main building that we're tracking. In roofing, I think we have 11 different systems that we're tracking in the main building alone. Not only that, we can also track multiple buildings on the same site, which you'll see in the document on the plans, stadiums, field houses, baseball fields, softball fields, tennis, all of those different components we can track individually and under their own heading. Okay, in addition to the assessment document, we are also gathering facility input from campuses. Campuses were asked to establish facility review committees at each campus. You can see the makeup recommended of those committees there for secondary and elementary campuses. And then the FRC, which is what we're calling them, performs their annual facility review. They typically do that in the spring. They did that last spring, and they'll do it again this spring. They report items through the Google survey and all of those areas that you see there that we've listed. So I've included here some example items received from some of those campus reviews. I'll just mention a couple of them very quickly so that we can talk about them. So like Forestwood, that first one, Forestwood Middle School, they requested soundproofing between the band hall and adjacent weight room. And so that's something that our assessment document typically wouldn't pick up because we're evaluating and scoring existing items. So that's more something that we would find out from their actual use. And so they report that to us, and then we try to figure out exactly how we can get that addressed. Tech East, they put in a request that said their lighting levels are too low in the commons, especially during cloudy days. Shadow Ridge wanted to make a doorway between 2 locker rooms, make it larger because of the number of athletics numbers that they had. Excuse me. And so with all this information, a lot of of it that we received was work orders. We're doing work orders. We're trying to figure out exactly where all of this information lives. Some of it will be for further assessment. We make notes within the assessment document itself. Some of it we look for different revenue avenues, such as our land sale proceeds and things like that. So those are the types of items we're receiving, and certainly are beneficial to have as we make plans for future capital planning needs. And with that, the updated assessment will be uploaded to the district website, and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions? Ms. Sells?
I just want to say thanks, and it's incredible how you continue to improve the information that we're getting. And I know Ms. Akatib and I sat up here and we're like, why is this one black?
Now it makes sense.
Now it makes sense. But to see that visual, because sometimes those the colored in pictures are somewhat difficult to ascertain, but when you can take off those layers, it really shows just the growth of our campuses. But it also solidifies to me the community that this document represents. And not only the community of those campuses, but the community of parents and stakeholders and campus administrators and teachers and students who have all had input into making where learning happens a better place. And I think this this document is one of those things. I had some conversations with some of the facility guys at Texas A&M, and guess what they don't have? And guess what they're facing? No plan for the growth that has occurred, and they're in crisis. And so I am excited to be able to share even what you all have done now in that presentation tonight with them, to show that once again we have done it the LISD way. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
I got my 10th edition. Very excited. When people say we don't plan in this district and that we need a long-range plan, I'm happy to whip this out, because we do. We have a long-range plan for our facilities, and we know what our facility needs are going to be. There's always the pop-up, but this is how we budget, and this is how we plan for the future using our very limited maintenance and operation funds for these facilities. It also helps us plan when we're looking at perhaps going out for a bond and what some of those larger infrastructure projects will be. So I would say to anybody who says that we need a long-range plan that they need to read this first, because this is our long-range facilities plan. And I am so grateful. I know Ms. Sells walked buildings long before she was on the board, and that I campaigned for this when I ran. And I am so grateful that this document is living, and that it grows and it expands and it meets our needs in this district. Thank you so much for the work. It was a great presentation. Next up, construction, kind of the other side of this book.
As Randy's coming up, I just also want to echo and thank Jason and his staff for that document. I mean, it's an amazing document that most districts, as you mentioned, when they go out for a bond, they're going to have to hire consultants to put this together, and it's going to require probably hundreds of thousands of dollars just to put that document together. So just their work on that every year, it's much appreciated.
Got a little yellow bucket on it.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Rapp, and the board. So speaking of that bucket, it's a great time to point out that these are INS funds. We're here talking about the 2023 and then the 2024 bond. Again, these funds cannot be used for M&O. They can't be used for teacher salaries or anything like that. They have to strictly be used for the capital improvements that the voters voted on. So with that, I've only got a couple of items tonight. Our first one here is the 2023 bond first sale district-wide security and LISDAC final GMP. A little bit about this one. Huckabee is the architect and Glyden Industries is the construction manager at risk. Glyden Industries advertised and bid out this project to subcontractors per Chapter 2269 of the Government Code. They've evaluated and scoped those bids and provided a guaranteed maximum price to us for this project. A little bit of remembering here, our total project budget for this project is almost $25 million. We did an early GMP package for about 12.7 that was approved by the board back in March of 2025. That package one really included our elementary schools. It also included some allowance for the beginning of our secondary high school security vestibules. So now this current final GMP2 is almost $22 million, $21,829,613. This takes the overall project budget over by $11.85 million. This does include the door scope for the rest of our district facilities. As Jason just mentioned, we have 10 million square feet, right? So this is touching the entire district, so it's a huge, huge undertaking here. This does also include upgrades to the LISDAC building, and it includes the remainder of funds needed for those secondary high school security vestibules. So a recommendation to approve this GMP will be presented to the board next Monday night as a consent item. Additional funds needed for this project would come from other 2023 bond project savings, as well as unused bond funds from retired campuses. So we've identified enough funding to be able to make up that 11.85. Work for these renovations will be ongoing throughout the current school year, summer 2026, and then into the next school year just until complete. So again, with touching so many campuses and scheduling all that work around active campuses, it's obviously going to take some time to work through this. A second item for the 2023 bond is the third sale projects and architect selections. So I can't believe we're actually talking about third sale already in year 3 projects. These third sale includes projects that start construction in summer 2027. So all design work would need to begin soon to stay on that schedule. We're trying to get earlier and earlier on the bidding of these projects to make sure that we not only have good CMERs on board, but also subcontractors and materials ordered in time for these projects. Since we have not yet had that third sale, design costs will be funded by other available 2023 bond funds. After the third bond sale funds are available, we would then credit back any money that we expended from different accounts. The district has 4 architects approved that we work with. Selections are made utilizing factors such as previous experience with specific campus or project type, grouping similar project types together, and also spreading the workload around efficiently. All of our architects are well equipped to handle any type of project needs in the district. So here's a little graph I put together showing the assignments that we are proposing. We are proposing awarding to 3 of our 4 architects with this package. This also includes, you'll see at the top, the 2023 and the 2024 bond, which I'll talk about here in just a minute, projects. But you can see a pretty even pie there, right? We always try to kind of spread the work around just to make sure that we are successful in workload between all the architects. So here's our list of projects. There is actually a LISDAC renovation here for building components that are at the end of their useful life in this building. We have Indian Creek, Lily Jackson, and Shadow Ridge 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair projects. We have a year 3 flooring at 6 campuses, year 3 marquee replacements at 4 campuses, Highland Village elementary paving replacement, playground and shade structure replacements at 2 campuses, year 3 fire alarm upgrades at 2 campuses, and we have a year 3 exterior lighting upgrade at 15 campuses. So again, all the great information that Jason just spoke about in that book, that's where we get all these projects from. So you will see on the slide as well, the architects on the right-hand side that we are proposing be awarded these different projects and the budget amounts there. So our next steps are the 2 items I spoke about tonight. Will be coming back as consent items, as I mentioned, next Monday night. In addition, we are bringing the first sale marquee replacement project from the 2023 bond for final completion. So that's great news. Any questions on the 2023 bond?
All I want to say is that this is a fund, once again, that we get to control. And because of the work of your team, we had so many savings on projects that we're able to take, I'll say, the hit in the increase in costs for the safety and security measures, which we as a board feel are very important to implement across this district. So I want to commend you and your team for having the savings so that we can still do those projects with the fidelity that we promised our community. So.
One more. All right, so for our 2024 bond update, this will be very quick. Basically, the only item I have for 2024 is, again, the first sale, year 3 projects and architect selections. The reason it's the first sale is because we sold all the bond funds for 2024 bond at one time. So, again, the year 3 includes projects that start construction summer 2027. Again, all that design work needs to start. The only real difference between this slide and the one you just saw is, again, that we have the funding available now to start these projects. Same exact graph we just looked at a moment ago. So without further ado, the 2 projects that we're looking at for the 2024 bond are LHS Kilo Athletics 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair and LHS Kilo track replacement. We've proposed Stantec for those. They're already working on the main building 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair, so it just makes sense to have the same team out. So next steps for this one would just be same thing. Next Monday night, bringing this as a consent item for questions for 2024 bond.
Thank you so much, Randy.
Thank you.
And now the November 10th regular board meeting consent agenda preview. Mr. Ware.
Thank you. November is a little bit lighter month for consent agenda items, so there's only 2 items in the preview, and I'll highlight one tonight. It's the interlocal agreement between the district and the city of Lewisville for police services for the Rover program. So the board back in August of 2022 approved the elementary Rover program. Since then, the city of Lewisville has worked with the district to provide police officers who patrol elementary campuses, helping maintain a safe environment for students and staff. And so included in the consent agenda will be the interlocal agreement to continue that partnership with the city.
Very good. Are there any questions? We will see that at our next meeting. Next is Board Policy CH Local Purchasing and Acquisition Revisions.
As part of the procurement and contract audit that was done by Gibson Consulting, one of the recommendations was to increase the threshold in Board Policy CH Local related to purchases that require board approval. In addition, Senate Bill 1173 in the most recent legislative session is increasing the required competitive bidding threshold from $50,000 to $100,000. The Board Audit Committee met on October 22nd and provided feedback on the proposed revision to the purchasing threshold. And I do want to apologize to the board at my oversight in not taking that to the Board Policy Committee. So we're so excited to get in it to the Board Audit Committee that I forgot that one. But this will be brought tonight for discussion, and then we'll bring it back again at November 10th meeting, and then bringing it back in December for approval.
Ms. Sells, do you want to speak to this as the chairperson of the Audit Committee?
Yes, I think that as we continue to work through the audit points that were made by Gibson, this is one of those that kind of rose to the top because of Senate Bill 1173. And so with that going into effect, we felt like that this was the perfect opportunity. If you remember, Mrs. President Prosnick, back when we increased 50,000 was probably over 10 years ago, or 10. When was that?
We did that in 2019.
Was it 2019? I thought it was in the previous group. I think that the discussion started in the previous group and was not approved, and now you were right. So if you think about 2019 and the increase in items that we as a school district purchase, and the reduction in staff that we have had in the purchasing department and the work that it takes to do certain things that are brought to the board. I think that with the Senate Bill 1173 taking place, we as a committee, I think that we supported this measure. And so there are some other things that that are left on the board audit, and so we'll continue to work on those, but this was the one that rose to the top.
Any comments, questions?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Can I just say who was on my committee, and I should have done that first. That was Ms. Al-Khatib and Ms. Lasan, and I do appreciate them meeting with us on that day and having these discussions.
So I have some questions. So if we raise it to $100,000, it does not come before this board at all for approval, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm not in favor of that. One of the things that we still control as a board is this budget. And there's a big wiggle room between $50,000 and $100,000. Because this is local, we can make that amount whatever we want. We could make that amount $10,000 if we wanted to.
And that was discussed within the committee, and we are open to have any amount brought forward. We felt like that at $50,000, it was probably too low. There was other amounts discussed, and so we wanted to bring forward $100,000. But I think that even the committee would support even an increase to maybe $75,000 or something to that effect.
I'd need to see those numbers. I was given the numbers that it was approximately 50 items, if I'm correct, that were between the $50,000 and $100,000 that were brought before the board, right?
Yes. I believe last year the number of items brought to the board was around 240, so it's about 20 per month. And so increasing that threshold from 50 to 100 would reduce it by probably closer to 50 items for the year.
And I guess I just don't think 50 items is that many in the grand scheme of things. The legislature claws away our authority all the time, and I'm not willing to willingly give that up over 50 items, because I think within those 50 items there are opportunities for us to catch things, which members of this board have. And I always think more sets of eyes on something is better. And while I appreciate committee work and I appreciated the audit by Gibson, it's a recommendation. It is not law. And if we can, I would be for keeping it at $50,000. That's my preference. I just feel like we own the budget, and it is the way that we own the budget. Those are my thoughts. So we'll move on to the Board of Trustees reports. We have heard from our policy committee chair several times. Ms. Sells, did you have anything else from audit? No. Okay.
We did not.
We heard from audit. I will toss it to Ms. Lasan, who is the chair of our naming committee and the chair of our awards and recognition committee.
Okay. So the naming committee, we are about to have our work cut out for us. We have two name changes for smaller things. I'm not going to share it yet, but within the district, just requests that we've had that we're going to be looking into. And then, of course, due to the changes that we're proposing for Mill Street, and anyway, some other buildings, possibly within the next school year, we'll need to be working on that. But I haven't, as you may notice, I am out of pocket at the moment in San Antonio, and as a band mom, I am all band all the time. but we will be getting together on that very soon. My committee members are the doctors, I believe, sitting down there that usually I sit next to. So we will get together soon and talk about how we want to handle community input and things such as that. So that's the naming committee. We went from being a totally not working committee to now here we go. But then, so then the employee committee, Dr. Miller did a great survey recently that, and shared the results with us. And so I don't have a whole lot to share as far as that goes. But we can work together to make sure that our employees are recognized in a way that's meaningful of their contributions to LISD.
Will we not be recognizing some at our November meeting?
Yes, I believe we are.
Some of our,
what is
our
it,
years, 25 years of service?
25 years.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lasan. I chair the appraisal district board nomination committee, and in your folders is a draft of a recommendation for the distribution of our votes. We have 426 votes in the Denton Central Appraisal District. There are a total of 2,000 votes available in that district. And in the Tarrant County Appraisal District, we've got 2. So those are the committee's recommendations. On that committee, I serve with Dr. Taylor and Ms. Lasan for that. So if you have any feedback on that vote distribution, do not hesitate to reach out if you have any questions along those lines. Are there any other committees that need to report? I didn't see anything. All right. I do know, hopefully, that we will receive a report from Ms. Lasan because at 9:45 is when they will assemble and they will announce down in San Antonio who has made the finals. So keeping our fingers crossed for our 3 bands that are down there participating.
Yes, I have live feedback from the people in the stands. So yes,
you are our band reporter on the ground. We are grateful.
I will pass that along as I get it.
Grateful. The board will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 082, and .0821. The time is now 9:11 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 10:25 p.m. I need the record to reflect that Ms. Allison Lasan left the meeting at 9:11 p.m. Does any board member have a motion regarding the Level 3 student discipline appeal? Ms. Alcatab.
I move that the board deny the grievance and requested remedies.
Is there a second? Taylor? All those in favor? That is unanimous. The vote carries 5-0. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 10:26 p.m. Have a pleasant evening.